back, everybody. Welcome back. So we're just continuing playthrough from yesterday. I may have found a home for myself. My, initial home, I guess you could say. Well, we start progressing through the forest biome. I still got a bunch of quests to finish. We need to have a place for Horde Night. I think I found a spot for that. I did a quick little kind of run through the town nearby here to see. Oh, shit. Of course it would hit nighttime right now. Fine. Come on, stand up, poke your little head through. I don't know where that noise is coming from, but it's clearly on the other side of this wall. Probably not a good idea to be in a two-star place at night. Hello, Arlene. So I did manage to get a couple of mods working. Namely, a UI mod, so I have the information down over to the left, with the water and food. I much prefer that. I did a 60 slot backpack, so it's only a little bit more than standard. Got the health bar one going, and I also added what's the word? Oh, stack size mod. Some stuff increased stack sizes. Nothing crazy. We're not talking 50,000 stack sizes, but mostly like food, ammo, meds, doubling their stack sizes. So instead of 10 with the food and meds, you get 20. That type of deal. I'll sort through and toss my inventory here in a few minutes. Can of salmon, chicken soup, we'll eat. I got a bunch of little odds and ends in here. As is normal. Repair the knife quick. Let's make all the arrows we can make at the moment. Can I make a stone shovel? I need some plant fibers, okay. I'm gonna want to do that before we really leave this place. Or, I should say I will come back with a shovel. Definitely want to come back here later with a shovel for all of the, you know, clay and cobble and all that shit that we can get out of here. I could have sworn that... Well, I don't know. I kind of wish this game had Skyrim-style skill leveling. The magazines and stuff are cool, but like a Skyrim-style skill leveling, I think, would be a really cool addition. We got a zombie over there. Hi, Steve. Ragdolled ya. Woohoo! Level 7, baby. I gotta keep reminding myself I haven't gotten far enough into some of the skill trees yet, so I can't step on garbage and what have you. Ow! She got a shot off on me. Bitch! Go. Excellent. Ooh. Excuse me? Hello, Nurse Ratchet. Slow and steady wins the race. Not high enough level yet to be running around like an idiot. Like an idiot! What are your thoughts on 2.0? I've only played a couple of hours, Dr. Doom. I haven't really gotten very far with it yet. So far, there's clearly some things that will need patching before it's released to everybody. I say that meaning like the like the rain no longer actually works correctly. Like, you don't get wet anymore when it's raining? That seems like it's a, mistake. You know, your fires don't go out in the rain anymore. So little things like that. Like, if I go out here in the rain, it's not going to tell me I'm wet. You know, you used to get the debuff saying you were wet. That doesn't happen anymore. So, you know, that feels like it's like they broke something with the code. Not a major deal. But, you know, I'm a fan of 7 days, so I'm looking forward to getting a little further in and seeing what some of the new zombies. I know they've got a couple new zombie types. They've changed some of the AI behaviors. So I'm looking forward to experiencing that some. I was on the verge of coming back to 7 days prior to 2.0. Oh shit. That's a lot of Muppets. What's going on there, Infamous Tismo? Infamous Tismo almost helping more than hurting. Started playing 16.4 again. Back to learning by doing. Graphics are worse, but the gameplay seems better. I actually like the newer gameplay. It's going alright there, Infamous. She's gonna be a while trying to get through there. But, you know, I'm on an increased difficulty, so... Hi, Marlene. I play on Survivalist Difficulty almost exclusively. Gives a little added challenge. I don't typically do... you know, permadeath runs. reason why is because, let's face it, no game is perfect. You will have those issues where you get stuck in a corner or, randomly blocked in by a zombie or something like that, that you can't do anything about it. You get hung up, and then they mob you, and you die. And I hate doing a permadeath scenario where you die to some game jank. Let's face it, every game has game jank that you deal with, right? No game is perfect in that regard. So the last thing I want to do is lose a 100-hour playthrough to some game jank that I couldn't control. Now, if there were a perfect game that didn't have any game jank and stuff like that, then I'd be all for doing a permadeath run. But, I'm not going to sit there and call any game perfect. Every survival game out there has some janky mechanic or lag or, random crap that you might deal with that's just going to make things miserable. And the last thing I want to do is put up with that and potentially, like I said, lose a save. So that's why I won't do it personally. I mean, more power to those people that do want to do it, but that's definitely not something I'm gonna ever do. Oh, we got our first pocket mod. Yeah, just little idiosyncrasies. And for that reason, like, I just don't want to... Ooh, stone shovel. I mean, I'll never do any survival game in a permadeath scenario. Simply for the reason that things happen. And I am one of those people, I like to collect shit, I loot shit, I carry lots of stuff around, all that, and I don't want to lose a save to some random crap that I couldn't control. Alright, I looted way too much shit out of here. I was not intent on doing that. I was just stopping off on my way to the destination of the house I think I found. So what we're going to do, I've got enough wood. We will head this direction. I kind of did a little walk around this town. And I found what I think might be a decent home. It's going to take some work to get it, nighttime zombie proof. But I think it should work. It's on the edge of town, so I should be able to get to, like, areas with stumps and, animals to hunt at night and stuff pretty quickly. And my goal, hopefully, is that there's a firehouse next door that I can use for the first horde night or two. Eventually I'll be moving beyond this biome and all that stuff as I progress through, so, that will become its own deal. But it's this place here. I kind of ran by... I know it's got a... Let's do a storage crate. I don't want an iron storage crate. I want one of these. There we go. Now we're going to clear this place and see if it's actually going to be what I want it to be. Nice, nice. Okay. A little bit of this situation. We got a basement. I'm hoping once I get this place cleared, the goal is that there's a big enough because it's a multi-store house. I'm hoping that the upstairs of this place is big enough to put, you know, crafting benches and shit in. While easily blocking off the... Ooh, a bicycle frame. Fuck yeah. Come here, Nurse Ratchet. Yeah, another reason why I won't do a permadeath run in this game is even if you want to be as stealthy as possible, you know, have all the stealth, they have mechanics in these POIs that will cause zombies to spawn just by reaching a certain point within the place. Which I think is kind of dumb. Not a fan of that mechanic at all. Now, I might have already read it, but I'm going to read it again anyway. Okay, there's the way out. Looks like we've just got the narrow stairway up right here. Do 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 do. Oh. Out that one and in this one. Get to the other side of that. So we can break some of this ladder as soon as I get to parkour 2. Got a few hours. Ow. Shithead. Ow. Bad tongue. Turned off the biome progression. Not a fan of the new badge system. Yeah, see, I left it on. You just went right through all of that shit, didn't you there, buddy? I left that on just to kind of see what the new mechanics look like. Then I'll decide whether or not I want to keep them on. I only glanced briefly at the badge system. So I don't know all of what it takes. Come on, come on. You fuck. Gimme. Heck yeah, we got it. Nice. Couple of goodies. Some arrows and such. Alright. I mean, not a huge area up here, but we get a little cubby here. I can probably eventually take all that out, but we can move this stuff around. I have my access there. We can repair this over here. And then maybe do like a extension off on this side with like a porch area. It's a mixed bag. Some people like to go straight to the wasteland. So I don't know if you have to do them in order or not. You've got the biome badges, so wear any non-primitive armor, mushrooms, a burnt smoothie. It looks like they switched it around too. Burnt is now, because I always thought desert was second, but it looks like they added the burnt here in the so you've got to get through burnt biome for the biome badge. I don't know if this means like you can't really go around. So wear biome badge 3. Yeah. You can only find loot up to level 40, then you have to go to for better loot and so on. See, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it, you know, capping out at a certain point. Alright, so I think this will work out alright. Like I said, we'll take out one of these. Can I make a, claim. Land claim block. Craft one of those. There. I think this will work out alright. For the time being, we're going to just stuff things into here. Actually, what I should do is make a... That is one other thing, too, about, I think what I can do is I could probably break this out and put a ladder in there and then gain use of the second floor, too. Possibly. I don't know if we'll do that or not. Hey, commando outfit. Probably not what I'll eventually end up wearing, but it's, you know. I'll take it. Hate that you can't pick these up. Make bunk beds. Yeah. See, I don't mind having to go through the progression. I like having a progression system where it's not just, here you go. Not watch my... Is it multiplayer? Yes. Yep, you can put this on a server and have quite a few people, actually. I say like 16 or so people, maybe more. The problem is with too many people, you'll start to run into issues with like zombie AI going nuts on you. Um, yeah, it wouldn't be that bad for, you know, just a couple people. When you start to get 5, 6 or more people, you will start to run into some issues with the AI. It will start to get a bit janky. Horde nights will become difficult because you'll have there we go. You'll start to get a lot more zombie spawns and the game will lag down. Alright, so let's go grab what we can. Ooh, nice. Bow parts. Fuck yeah. Yeah. If you don't spread out on Horde nights, it will get a bit overwhelming for the servers. But that's not to say it's not doable. We've had like 6, 7 people in the same Horde base. It's all much improved in the new version. That's good. I haven't had a chance to try it out, obviously, on a server with 2.0, but I know in like 1.4 with, actually it's probably like 1.2, with 6 people in a Horde base, the game would start to really have issues. The problem with doing private saves is, I mean, it does push, obviously, a lot harder, but I can have people join right now if they knew my server name and password. I don't have it listed, but you can still, if you know the information, find the game and join it. But yeah, you can do a couple people on a single save without too much issue. The newer version is probably a bit better, as Viola said. Alright, we're gonna have to make one more trip. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna swap that out. I will use one steroid. It's 11 o'clock. We're gonna go in here. I'm gonna grab a quest. We're gonna go drop this stuff off. Do the quest. Hopefully I can get something to the east.
Good morning, my ass. Bice, look quick. Well, you better get your ass to crack a book, 'cause you're dumber than dirt.
Fats Foods. Malone is to the west. I want to the east.
I got some shit work. Don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Get the job done.
Okay, so this will work out perfect. We can go right past our house, drop a bunch of shit off. I already paid for a farm sim once. I hate to get another one. Yeah, I gotcha. Only downside is your friends would need to play when... Yeah, that is one downfall. If you're hosting it, then they have to be online. Or, you know, you have to be online for them to play. But beyond that limitation, it works out fairly well. Especially to try it out and see how you like it, and if you enjoy it, then you can look at getting a server. That type of deal. But yeah, I mean, if you guys are all on the same schedule, then it's gonna work out just fine for you. You won't have any issues in that regard. Multiplayer is okay if you play with friends at the same time. If you join a server, it'll be day 500. Yes. That is one other reason why I'm not... We'll have to go try... You motherfucker, you dropped that way off, didn't you? I have to go try and grab that here soon. Yeah, there is also Twitch integration. I haven't checked it out in a while, but you can turn on Twitch integration and set all kinds of stuff up for when you're streaming. People can use channel points and bits and all that other shit, and really fuck with you if you want them to. It's all preference. Come on, fucking chicken. God damn you. I hate this crappy bow. The aim is so difficult to get right. That works out. I like it. I'll get another light at some point, put it there, and then I can turn my bedroll sideways. Can't tuck it in because of this. Alright, let's go do our quest. What's going on there, Admiral Snack Bar? Oh. Timo, I gotcha. Admiral Snack Bar. It's tarp! Ooh, nice. Bow Hunter magazine. I like that. Honestly, I didn't pick up on it. There we go. I needed some bones. I like mailboxes for that reason. That's foods. We're not going to go for the double clear. We're just going to do the... Oh, it's a retrieve supplies quest. I don't give a shit about whoever's over there. Okay, apparently I do give a shit about whoever's over here, because Mr. Fat Tourist here is all up in my business. Yep, until they break a wall. See, I like changes like that, where they give a little more to the AI. Granted, it's still pretty easy to abuse zombie AI, and I'm fine with that, because the last thing you want to do is have them too intelligent to the point where there's no way to create a horde base. You know, you don't want them... gonna get a draft in your neck from that window? Yeah. I'll patch the window eventually. That is one mechanic that frustrates me greatly about this game. Anytime you go up a ladder or take a drop of any kind, it takes you out of your crouch. Which can be very frustrating. Alright, we got our supplies, but we're not done yet. Boiled meat and yucca juice. Nice. See, I actually like the archery in this game once you get beyond this crap bow. I like the stealthing mechanics. I enjoy playing a stealth class, so to speak. And I guess that's one of the reasons that frustrates me so much about this game at times, with some of the POIs having their you know, the zombie spawns the way they are. Like, why do you have to have it so that a zombie spawn can be triggered randomly as you're walking through a place, rather than just having the zombies there where you can see them? I do indeed. You are correct. Thank you very much for that. Blade mod. Can we throw that on here? We sure can. Get a little extra damage out of it for now. Hobo stew. Hell yeah. Ooh. A nice fucking trash can. So yeah, I'm a fan of the knife mechanics, the stealth mechanics. I have done like a brawling playthrough before a couple times, and I do like doing that, especially once you can get the books to have like beer buff you quite a bit when you're brawling. It makes for a fun play style. Alright, on our way back, let's go stop at the house. See, that fire department, I think, as I was walking through here, I think that might make a good horde base for the first horde or two. We're obviously going to have to go clear it and start looking at what we're going to need to set it up for it. But I think it might work well. And this will make a decent base of operations. At least initially. The burnt biome is very tough. As far as finding, like, usable... Oh, hey. Usable POIs for building in and stuff like that. Go. So it may be, depending on how things go, that this is our home until we make the desert. Burnt biome has one good thing, and that's Gen. Yeah. Jen is my favorite of the merchants for sure. I always like Jen. Adge just kicked off over on Twitch, so we'll have to catch people up over there. But I'm just running for the merchant anyway. I do like Jen. She is my favorite merchant. Probably not a good idea, but... That's what I was afraid of. See, personally, I'd love to get a mod that swaps Jen into the wasteland, because eventually, you know, you progress far enough, you're in the wasteland. I've never spent... I've never actually played the Navezgane map as a whole, though. I've always done custom maps. One of the reasons why I'm playing the Navezgane map right now, while I familiarize myself with 2.0, then I'll probably move over to, nice, at the skill point, fuck yeah, let's get our first little rank in parkour. We want to get to here, so I need agility 4, that's going to be our next goal. Knock it off, Dave. Grab that. Destroy that, because we don't need it there anymore. Go turn this quest in. Might as well grab those before the...
Oh, didn't we agree? Your first job was
crafting
gonna be
skill. Ooh, knife guy. Let's go with the crafting, because we're going to get much more out of that. Marvin's Getaway, Malone Residence. They're both tier 1s. Go with the Black Bus Mechanical. It's close.
Just don't pay by. You break any of my shit, you're paying double.
We'll take that. We'll sell that. We don't have a ton of extra stuff. Ooh, a wrench. That's worth buying, because it's going to be a while before we get there. I don't often use the steel spear, so we're going to get rid of that. Cooking grill. One thing for sure I will buy if I find it is going to be... The anvil would be handy to have, but we don't have a forge yet, so that's not a big deal.
Oh,
there we go.
You want a guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
You're shouting buy it for the wrench? Yeah. As soon as I saw that, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely grabbing the wrench. Because the wrench is... It's huge being able to break shit down. Cars and you name it. Huge boost getting one of those. Because to try and wait until you can craft it via... like the harvesting tools? No, it's not even it's salvage tools. You need to find salvage operations to even find one. And of course, it's completely random. You can grab skills that will help push you towards getting salvage books, but again, the likelihood that you find enough of them, it can take a while. Or you're buying the books, so it's like, screw it, it's a level 2 wrench. That's like 8 salvage books. I'm buying the wrench. I've got the coin. And as they say, you can't take it with you when you die. It's pretty easy to earn coin in this game if you know what you're doing, so... this is a clearing the area. It's already 1925. I don't want to take too much time trying to do a double run here. What up, yo? Thanks for your ragdolling, buddy. Nice couple of vehicle books. Bye, janitor. Oh, you fucking asshole. Fucking biker. Yeah, I filled him full of fucking arrows. Alright. We did manage to clear the area, so it's return to trader time. But not before I've grabbed my loot from this place. Can of peas, I'll hold on to that then. Farmer hat, a triple armor mod. Yeah, bastard hiding under an oven, the whole 9 yards. About to go nighttime. Car battery. Plant fibers. There we go. That works. Nope, get back here, you fucking antibiotics. I did not want to throw that. Bye! Get as much distance as I can before nightfall. I doubt I'm making it back in time. Well, it is right there. I might make it back to turn in before nightfall. Throw the one goldenrod seed, yeah. I will definitely do that after I've made it back here. Oop. You might get in the door, but I think he'll get kicked out at night as you talk to him. Well, I've got 15 minutes in game time.
You better
14
wipe
minutes.
that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals. Got it?
I will wait.
Trader Rick is now closed, so get off my lawn.
You were right, Snack Bar. You were right. But I got the quest turned in. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to head back to our house. Hopefully nighttime will bring about some animals we can find along the way. Bad piggy. I'm over encumbered by a couple of slots. That's okay. It'll be a while before we need a battery, and I really don't care about a level 1 battery at the same time. A couple of goldenrod flowers can go. That gets us back down to 0 encumbrance. Zombie. Hello, Arlene. They do run at night, so... I expected to take a hit. Which I did. Repair that and that. Come on, nope. No honey for me. Spider zombie somewhere over there. Well, we managed to find a boar, which is good. Nice to find a little more. The animal front. Maybe we'll get lucky, get a honey out of this. Hey, we got a honey. Oh yeah. Always handy to have one of those. Yep, the hotbar does have spaces free, you are correct. Picked up an egg, that's what was throwing me off. Good call. Back down to 0 encumbrance, which is good. There's Tom over there. What we got in here? A couple of bones will come in handy. Making glue later. Heck yeah, another honey. Phew, At least it's a little bit cooler today than it was yesterday. Hit like 102 yesterday. Which was a little crazy. Almost back to the house, so I'm not worried about being over encumbered by one. The D. Smith residence. Yeah, it was pretty hot yesterday. It was actually like 97 at peak, but it was almost 80% humidity. So she was a pretty icky day. We're up to 80 polymers. That's good. Morning there, Mr. Reyes. Do me a favor. Can you take care of the bottles for me, please? Go take this for that. Shape, rotation. Like so. Need that. That. Harvest cobblestone. Need to buy a couple more items for that one. Complete a quest tier, completing 10 quests with a trader. Hmm. Survive. Zombies, hunting. During infections and bleeding and farming and all this stuff. I do like that they added all this stuff. I haven't had a chance to really look at this. I know we've got the mushroom thing now that we can do.
Oh crap! Didn't mean to have it on.
Yeah, we're gonna do this. I'll put a double door in here. Grab that, that. Do. I'll eventually have to chop those and do a thing and chop this. But what I want to do is have a deck, if you will. It's the size of that roof coming off of here. I am hungry. Alright, first things first, I guess we need to grab this. I'll grab the potatoes. Grab the meat. Raw meat. Cook those up. We need 8 minutes and change. And over here we need grilled meat and baked potatoes. I need another 17.5 minutes. 26 minutes worth of time. 13. Yeah, 26 minutes worth of time will do. I should have just had the hobo stew. That's what I get for trying to clean shit up out of my inventory. That's what I get. Is what I get. Love you too. Don't just walk around like that, Devlin. Go take care of your nose. God damn. Forge. We have what we. I need a wood log. Craft one wood log. I need that. We need pipe. We need duct tape. And I need cobblestone rocks. Heck yeah. Shape. What I want to do is use not a window, hole. There. Hello. We got
Hiya,
one,
buddy.
two. How you doing this morning?
I'll let you know in a few minutes. I woke
know.
up starving.
You know that feeling.
Just, oh my god, I was so hungry.
It happens. I went all the way to the edges. Went all the way to the edge, right here. Shape. Now we need pillar? Placing a forge.
Nice. Forge on day what? 4 or 5? That's pretty good.
This is me. Come on, Reyes.
True.
Like, if I put my mind to it,
I'm not that good at this game. Damn.
well, as far as the forge thing goes, that's just getting lucky with books.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. With the way they're doing stuff now, sure. That's
Yeah, I mean,
very fair.
that's just luck with books.
Vader.
That's just getting lucky with books. Which, I mean, I did manage to get lucky, fairly lucky with some books. Doing quests to get some of the stuff you need, and then getting some crafting skill bundles and shit like that. That makes a big
Sure.
difference.
Yeah.
Go away. go. Make about 10 more of those. See, what I should have done before doing that is push the hole. God damn it. Eh. I probably should do that. Just for the sake of having more space. Before I build this any further.
What up, Del Rey?
Good
No, no.
morning. I just
Hey,
got back
Dozo.
from the store.
There you go.
What do you think of 2.0 so far, Darius?
I mean, I'm enjoying it. It is one of my, favorite games. I love 7 Days to Die, so.
No, well, I know that. I just know that they added a lot of things, and from what I saw, people were like, why are they adding all this stuff? And I'm like, well, probably to make the gameplay feel more comprehensive.
Yeah, I
Right.
haven't gotten super into it, super far into it, because I only played for a couple hours yesterday. I'm only a couple hours in today. So it's not like I have dozens of hours. I've only progressed a little bit, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, something to consider.
Well, from what I saw, the main extensive increases they did in the game that are new are like later game, right? Like they added
Yes.
harder things later in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You try to like detract from your own power creep.
They added a biome progression system, so you can't just like jump to the next biome, so to speak. Which I'm okay with that. I like that idea. Like you said, it helps slow the mad dash, if you will. That inevitably just rushes you through the game.
Well, I think what a lot of people were doing when I was starting to get into it was they just run to the last zone essentially and just pick up a good weapon and be like, cool, I'm set. Don't need to worry about
Yes.
anything, because like you could do that.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. They would boost into... They would run straight for the final area. They'd run right for the wasteland, pick up some good weapons, and we're set. Never had to worry again. Now you have like your what's the word? your loot is kind of capped out until you follow the biome progression some. So you have to get badges before you can progress to the next zone, so to speak, and the next tier of loot. So, like, in Burnt Survival, in order to get the badge, you need to have 1 non-primitive armor. You need to spend so much time in the Burnt Forest, loot containers in the Burnt Biome, so on. You gotta kill zombies, harvest nitrate, you know, do things in the Burnt Biome, and then you'll get a badge that you can then use to unlock the Desert Survival stuff, which will boost, you know, your overall loot availability and stuff like that. So it's not just rush right to the end and then everything is you know, minor.
The one issue that I found with the game, and you don't feel it right away. I don't think this is a common player thing, unfortunately. Fortunately, I should say. Is I was playing, you know, you learn the game, and no matter like when you're learning this game, you do any difficulty and it kind of beats you up. It's like you're dumb, you're naive, you don't know what you're doing. But
It can.
once
It
you start learning the game, again, this is also how much you know about these games too, because that might not be a first person experience. But once you start learning this game, you're like, well, this doesn't work. I need something more difficult. So you bump the difficulty up. You're on the hardest difficulty. And then no matter what, once you get into like the 3rd or 4th biome and your level is okay, you pretty much one-shot everything no matter what.
Not necessarily. When you get to insane difficulty, these zombies will take a huge reduction in the amount of damage they do, or they take.
It might have also just been the first build I chose because I went with the rifle build, and it just felt like I bored through like 4 zombies at a time. Just like
Rifles can be pretty strong, especially if you're using AP ammo. That can be a really big factor. Using things like the penetrator perk and stuff like that. It is very strong, and eventually you almost need to go to a penetrator build later on.
Penetrator to begin with. It sounded good, so I went with it.
Yeah, and it is strong. Stealth is also another strong one, especially if you eventually mix the builds. So you're a combination of stealth and like rifles and stuff like that. Meow, what's up there, Darvish? What your mom and daddy for? It can be pretty good. Like right now I'm on Survivalist Difficulty, which is the second to hardest. I started the game on this. I always play on Survivalist Difficulty. So the enemies do take a bit more to kill. They do a whole lot more damage to you. But there's factors that you can do to increase difficulty down the line. Especially on Horde nights. Like you can increase the number of zombies per wave. You can increase the damage they do. What are you clawing at me for, Darius? Fuck!
Notice me, senpai!
Apparently. Ow. What is up with you this morning? You can jump up here and get attention from me if you want to, but fucking what are you clawing at me for?
Because you're not paying attention to me 100%.
Pretty much. So, you know, certain builds definitely outshine others. A lot of people really like using like a heavy build. But I'm not a fan of heavy weapons.
Yeah, they just increased the sledgehammer, I think I heard.
Well, yeah, the sledgehammer, but if you build into it, you can do really, really insane damage with a sledgehammer build. power attacking,
Hmm.
you'll do some pretty good damage. So, yeah, as you get better weapons, better gear, things like that, as with any survival game, things become easier. It's just, the nature of the power creep. But I like the availability of options to start increasing difficulty on things down the line if you want to. By no means do you have to increase difficulty if you want a more creative experience or whatever the case. But you have the option of making zombies so maybe they run all the time instead of just at night. Maybe they have a feral sense so they can sense you more frequently. Hello, Mr. Copper Dude.
Yeah, with the feral zombies, I never got that far into it. Mainly because I just didn't get to thinking about that, I guess.
Thank you for the block, Steve. Run from the pig! Run from the cop!
But I will say, like, the early game on the hard difficulty feels really fun. I think what I'm trying to say more so is I wish the game kept that relative difficulty throughout. And I don't think that's conducive to Horde Nights, but that's also because Horde Nights are meant to be crazy.
Yeah.
It feels like.
Well, and they are meant to be a challenge. They aren't meant to be just blow them over type of deal. Horde Nights is more about knowing the AI, the zombie AI, and how you can best abuse that AI for, like, treadmill builds. That makes sense?
Yeah, I feel if you don't abuse their AI, especially on the harder difficulties, it's, I would say, not possible. If you weren't safe to a certain extent, I don't think it'd be possible to do it, in my mind. And I could be wrong, but...
Oh, I mean, for sure. You do need to abuse the zombie AI to a degree if you're going to, make the most of things. And I'm okay with that. I like that you have to put thought into things. It's not just, easy peasy. Trivializing of things, Oh, nice. One shot. This game is proof that ACAB applies. We considered an axe build. I haven't ever tried an axe build, to be honest with you. The question, is it a mod that shows your food? Yes, I do have a UI mod I'm running right now that puts the information down there for me.
I wish that was vanilla at this point. Like,
Yeah.
seriously, devs. Come on.
Well, it's also an accessibility thing. Like, I think your food tells you how much it heals you. Right?
It does. But the UI not showing a nice, easy to read percentage instead of the very hard to notice bars that are underneath your toolbar by default.
That's right. They're that thin bar underneath your toolbar. That's how they are normally. That's correct.
Yes.
I had to remember
Which-
that for a second.
Which can be very difficult to pay attention to and read. Yeah, it'll show you the percentage when you go into the character page. But honestly, it should be base UI. Like, almost everybody runs some version of that mod for UI's sake.
I just think that even if you want to have a hard or difficult or unfriendly game, that doesn't mean that your UI needs to be unfriendly. And I think most people understand that they
Agreed.
just want to have the information that is given to them readily available rather than having to wade through like a weird UI thing.
I
Multiple
completely agree.
menus or yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You
I
just-
shouldn't have
You
to
just
go.
said what I was thinking on the fucking nose.
I shouldn't have
I'm
to
a
jump into a bunch of
huge-
windows to know the percentage of things or see things easily. I get that, yes, there's a bar there, but how hard is it to give the little percentage down in the corner that says, you know, this is your food percentage. Here it is. It's right here. You know, quick and easy to read. Just there and easy to find. There's no need for it to be complicated.
I'm the first person who I don't really play with mods. I don't really care for them, but I feel like if the UI isn't readily available with the information they're trying to convey, they are doing a poor job. And I think almost everyone has seen at least a fistful of games that are bad with their UI and what they're trying to convey to you. Like
Yes.
if you have a backpack and the backpack just fills up as your weight increases or how many slots you fill, you know, I don't know if that means I have 1 or 2 slots left and then I hit full because I don't read it correctly, then I'm having to scramble while something's chasing me. It's if things are conveyed well and easy, it's better. And I think a lot of people who play games feel like that trial by fire is part of the difficulty curve when that isn't actually part of the difficulty. That's just bad UI development.
Yeah. Alright, I think this might work for the first Horde Night. They will path up that. The fire will damage them to start. I just need to make sure that they can't utilize this, so I'll have to take that off. That's going to take a while.
When did Twitch change their ad system?
I don't know.
I like it, first off. I don't know if Reyes noticed it or not, but the ads play in the top right corner instead of over the main screen. Like it said an ad break was coming.
It does that
I didn't get an ad.
sometimes. It's weird. Sometimes it will do that. Other times it will take up the screen. There's no rhyme or reason. Everybody would much prefer it to be stick the ads up in the corner and call it a day, but sometimes it does not work that way. So you might have had it this time like that. Next time it could be literally right smack in your face.
I think it depends on the amount of that the ad the ad thing is giving them.
Oh, now it went over. Okay, now it did the opposite. I don't know. It
Yeah.
took the sound out of the thing. It was like, hey, you don't get sound of the thing. Like I can't hear Darius, but I can, on the other hand, watch. And I was like, well, that's nice.
Yeah, like I said, it's completely random as to which way it would go, or which way it goes. And I hear exactly what you're saying, V, as far as having no ads, And I would love to run no ads, but unfortunately the ads are the primary revenue gain for the... Ooh, nice. For the channel. So I gotta kind of run them.
Well, I think a lot of people don't understand that you don't have to... What's a good way to say this without being too weird about it? I'll just say it the way that I'm thinking it. You don't have to be a scumbag to your audience if ads play. People may not like the ads, but you're not having to be like, hey, I don't get to pay my internet this month because no one's giving me money. Which has definitely been a thing I've seen for a lot of people, especially early day Twitch, when they never had the accessibility of the affiliate program and everything of that sort.
Do that.
Well, and also you got to remember that, Twitch does have the, revenue sharing agreements that you have to run a certain number if you want the better revenue sharing. Otherwise, you get the shit 20% or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, that is correct. But I'm just saying from when I first and primarily was on Twitch, it was you had partner or you had nothing.
Yeah.
One second, chat. Hello?
When I came back and I saw that, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool that they did that. I didn't realize.
Oops. Yeah, it's... I'm not one to want to run a ton of ads. I stick to the 3 minutes because that's where the cutoff is for the, like Rhea said, the better revenue sharing.
That's literally all I do because that's what I agreed to with Twitch, and I made an agreement. I'm going to honor my agreement, but I'm not running more than 3 minutes an hour.
Yeah, and they do want
their
you.
damn mind if they think.
they do sit there and go like, oh, you should run, X number of ads, and it's like, nah, no, I don't think so.
And the most convenient thing about running ads isn't the fact that the ad revenue is a thing. I feel like your audience can't grow.
No, tuna fish.
Your audience really doesn't grow if everyone gets hit with 40 seconds of ads when they jump onto your stream for the first time. Like,
oh, it's terrible. It's literally one of my pet peeves is the pre-roll ads.
Yeah,
it was
and
the dumbest addition to Twitch ever, but I know what they did. They did the pre-roll ads to start getting people to try other avenues of ads.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason why I run the 3 minutes. It shuts off the pre-roll. And it really puts a hurting on your audience if they end up with a huge amount of ads, 40 seconds worth of ads or whatever, the minute they join your stream, which doesn't help. We'll say that. So I'll run the bare 3 minute minimum and call it a day at that. We need to cut down a lot of trees. Okay, we get a bedroll, we get a couple of those. It is getting late in the evening. Let's go cut some trees. Start working on pushing this wall out. So yeah, I do one 3 minute thing worth of ads every hour, and that's how I leave it. Now, Dr. Doom, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. I greatly appreciate it. Admiral Snackbar, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, the thing that people need to know about ads, because I hear this complaint a lot, is they'll say, oh, you know, I just got 10 ads, holy crap. Well, it's still only 3 minutes worth of ads. It might be some 15-second ads and some 30-second ads to get to your 3 minutes, but it still only totals out the 3 minutes worth of ads.
Can you imagine a 3-minute ad talking about one thing, though? I think that'd be more exhausting.
Oh,
Can you
absolutely.
imagine an ad like the one on YouTube that are like 2 hours long?
Oh, please skip this after however many seconds, but if you don't because you're listening to like a podcast
Farmer
and sleepy,
Marks.
you don't realize that you just have someone talking about stubborn belly fat for like an hour, and you're like, well, what?
Farmer Marks, thank you for the bits. And Dr.
Imagine
Doom, thank
having
you for
an
the prime
hour-long
sub.
ad, yeah. Those are the stupidest fucking ads ever.
Well, what
And
they
it's all
are
a
is they're
pyramid
like,
scheme.
yeah, it's pyramid scheme baiting ads. Like, oh, let's focus on something that people have like confidence issues with, or you know,
got a hype
it's
train
mainly confidence
rolling.
issues.
Nice.
Yep. Oh man, those ads drive me fucking bananas.
Oh, I trust me, I hate ads. They suck. I completely understand where everybody's coming from in that regard, but I understand that for many streamers, ads are their biggest source of revenue. So, you know, I understand that side of it too. Ones I found funny were the ones that advertised other streamers. That I could understand. Yeah, Twitch definitely needed to stop that shit, because that's... I mean, it's kind of the unspoken rule not to advertise other streamers unless you're bringing it up, because then you're potentially driving your audience to other people. Or in the case of Twitch doing it, stealing your audience for other streamers. Which, let's face it, as a small streamer, which I very much still consider myself a small streamer, it's very hard to grow numbers.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to grow numbers. So, yeah.
I fortunately haven't seen ads that have been like, I'm doing a giveaway now. Come to my channel now. It's paid ads yet. But I
Yeah.
could see some people trying to do that.
Yeah, that would be fucking annoying. The biggest thing with ads to me is, if you don't want them and you can't afford to sub to a bunch of channels, is get Twitch Turbo.
Yeah, no, that's 100% the most convenient thing to do.
Twitch needs to do a better job of advertising Twitch Turbo.
They don't want to. There's no reason for them to.
Well, no, because they want people to sub to every single channel.
Right.
H2O.
Marketing-wise, they're shooting themselves in the foot. But I think any streamer that is being fair to their audience will say, look, if you like me and you like someone else, instead of paying, you know, double the amount or like the same amount, you can have every streamer ad-free for the entirety if you're willing to put 2 subs towards Twitch directly. And like, I don't get a cut, but like, you're gonna stick around most likely because you're not feeling like the deal's as bad.
You do get a cut. And for people that stream a lot, like Reyes and myself, and people that lurk in those channels, I get the ad revenue for you being in my channel, even though you don't get ads because you've got Twitch Turbo.
No, absolutely. You're correct with that. But all I was saying is that the amount of ad revenue a single person can bring on in Twitch Turbo per month is roughly, if you're lucky, 20 cents. But
well, again, it depends on how much you stream and what you're running for ads.
No, I get that. I mean, like, if you're running like 10 or 12 hours and ads on the hour per day for the entire month, a single person probably brings you less than a quarter on Twitch Turbo. So like the cut is you could get 250-ish if they sub to you, which is a big difference. But that really doesn't matter because a community will grow you and build you and make your own content more confident beyond a couple installers.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I know that it's hard to say how much exactly I'm making from the Twitch Turbo because I can see what I'm getting for Twitch Turbo per month in ads, per stream even. I can see what my revenue is for Twitch Turbo, but it's hard to say how much each person is contributing because I don't know. Did I have 5 people with Twitch Turbo in my chat?
Yeah, you don't know who
did I have
Twitch Turbo or
Did I only have 1 person with Twitch Turbo in my chat?
Well, I mean,
oh come on, you stupid thing.
They have a thing called CPM for ads. Like it's like clicks per million essentially, but it's just like you're watching. Or how that works is per viewer, they calculate per viewer revenue that makes sense without breaking budget. And that is typically on the 10th of a penny type value, maybe a little bit more. So maybe 2/10 of a penny per ad.
Yeah, CPM and how much you get paid per view.
So like it per individual. And this is how all the aggregation and how ads actually affect and work as well as they do. Per person, per view is very, very little. But as you start building it up, yes, it does make a difference. And there are a lot of people who run ad blockers, but I find that Twitch has done a lot to make ad blockers relatively not effective on the common circumstance. You got to be someone who is actively trying to subvert it than trying to passively find an easy way to do it. Because that was probably one of their biggest issues with the whole website was that, bypassing ads was too easy and it was causing them a lot of revenue loss.
Yeah, no, I get that for sure. It's pretty easy to lose the revenue for not having people running ad blockers and stuff like that. I get that completely. I think I got a couple of these things to turn in. I do. Redeem. Use the filters, iron and clay. Oh, I don't have any iron in there yet. That's why.
That'd be an interesting proposition, though. Is if you could gift. Can you gift Twitch Turbos through background?
I don't
support?
think so. You can gift.
I know it's not a foreground support, but I wonder if you'd be like, I want to give Twitch Turbo to my buddy.
I don't know. I don't think you can.
I've never seen a way to gift a Twitch Turbo subscription. I don't think Twitch even wants you to because that would be counterproductive to them making money.
Well, I mean, they have a thing for Twitch Turbo that like you can try it for free. And it also affects streamers because it extends your broadcast storage to 60 days instead of 14 days.
Got some forged iron, workbenches, wood door.
Turbo. No, it seems like it's a personal thing. I can't see anything on it.
Alright, that'll work, I think. Missed the ads. Oh, ads for bits they did.
I just think that was heavily abused.
Oh, it totally was.
Oh, what, people running ads for...
And
bits or
no,
something?
under your bit menu, it had a little flyout that said like, "Hey, watch ads for 10 bits or 25 bits."
Oh,
So-
that, yeah.
And there was no way to, like, I get the idea that they were trying to put through, but it didn't have enough pass through to make it worthwhile. It was essentially Twitch giving free money out, and it wasn't being paid by the ad buyers. It was being paid through Twitch because it didn't have enough pass through to make it worthwhile. It goes back to that kind of like future thing that people think of, like when you're gonna have to watch ads by like putting your volume on full blast and staring at the screen, and if you look away then the ad doesn't complete and then you don't get your reward type thing. Because people are like, "Oh, you want to play an ad? Sure, just I'm gonna go to the bathroom and piss. I'll be back." You find something else to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally anything else to do.
And like going back to Dune, that's one reason that I didn't enjoy the deep desert. The main reason why I didn't enjoy the deep desert wasn't about the bad PvP. It wasn't about the environment and how long it took to farm. It was the travel time made me feel like I was sitting on a toilet, and like I'd instantly be like, "Where's my phone? What's something like? Can I read a book? I shouldn't be thinking about doing something else while playing a game."
Yeah,
That was my biggest issue.
It does get
agree.
pretty frustrating. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love how expansive they made it feel. It's, it should feel large. I get that. But sometimes the travel between A and B really fucking sucks.
Well, I really noticed it when you and Reyes and I think there was one other person, Dresh. It took two people full-time transport, like you're a trucker and that's your job, to keep up with one person farming.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like, I was like, "Oh,
And
cool,
if
I
there
can
was
farm
the
a
three
lot."
of us, you were going ham, and you still were getting more material than all three of us. Because there was a point where me, Darius, and Dresh were hauling stuff back to
Take a
base,
break from the screen.
and you were farming stuff faster. Because there was thousands of spice sand. There was thousands.
But it was
of...
depleting quickly. I think it was like two and a quarter people was like the actual equilibrium. But from when it was only Darius, I built up a little bit more than what he could handle. So it was a backlog.
Okay. And that's the part I didn't see. All I saw was there was tons of resources every time I showed up. So, you know, I was like, God dang, this is crazy.
Yeah, with a couple of us doing it, we definitely got ahead of Zell. With just one person doing it, Zell was kind of like right on the...
Was that a spawn rate issue? Like you were just running out of
no, it was literally a travel time issue on my end. If I could go out the door and farm, there would be no way. And like I could keep up with 10 people. It was that I had to travel 6,000 meters to get to my location.
Yeah, that
and that's the only reason why it took that long.
Gotcha.
Same with me.
6,000 meters is like it was like a minute. I'd be like looking around because for a minute I don't want people to know where I'm storing stuff, and I don't want people to watch me settle down and try to sneak up on me. So like I was busy for that 30-45 seconds travel time. But when you're being a transport, you're like, I'm going as high as possible and I'm just bombing it. And if someone sees me, they're not going to be able to reactuate their angle and trajectory to catch up with me no matter what they're doing.
Until they started running speed hacks.
And and people are like apparently able to steal your vehicles now and a whole bunch of weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You didn't watch that video I sent you, Reyes, of the people that literally stole a dude's carrier thopter out from underneath him?
Yep.
No, I didn't see that one. I watched everything you sent me, I thought.
No, I sent it to you.
People would sit at the spawn-in spot, like the spot you spawn in, and they wait for your ornithopter of any type to pop in because you start standing, and they'd pick it up and drive away before you load in. So you load in and you just don't see an ornithopter or it's flying away from you.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So there's like a pocket base.
To do that? That's what the locking feature was.
Well, no, what it is they found a workaround because a lot of stuff is kept client side, not server side. So what they can do is they can run a spoof as soon as they see your vehicle, because that information is client side, not server side. And they're spoofing the server into thinking they're you and removing permissions on the vehicle so they can steal it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotta watch this video. I'll be right back.
Ray says, I need to get angry at something. I'll be back.
Well,
trust
that's
me,
extremely irritating that the devs haven't figured that the fuck out.
To be fair,
the game's only a few weeks old, and it only cropped up about a week ago.
That's an issue before you even launch your game. Like, I'm sorry, you don't test that kind of stuff?
You're trying to say that they don't test every potential hacker exploit before the game comes out. Hackers are hackers for a reason. They will find exploits that even the smartest person in the world can't possibly code for.
Alright, that's fair, okay.
And the other thing is that when you're looking at server availabilities and what you can and can't do, so when you do anything client side, typically the what you should do is your client says, "Hey server," and I go forward, and the server says, "Sure, go ahead," and then you go forward over and over and over and over again. But that doesn't work when you're going 200 meters or 200 kilometers per hour. It just doesn't. Your server can't be like every millisecond, are you doing it? Are you doing it? Are you doing it? Are you doing it? So they had to make a system where they're like, hey, check it, every so often just to make sure they aren't going too fast. And that's how a lot of speed hacks work. is you're not speed hacking in a way that you're just flying at 1,000 meters per second all the time. You're like snapping, and you're avoiding the server check where the server says, is he going too fast? And then by that time you're not. So they're like, I think he's fine. Because they're like...
Exactly, perfect. People are fallible, and there will always be exploits that can be found in code because someone thinks differently than someone else.
Yeah, true.
So the question is, how can they respond to stopping it from happening in the future? And
in
that
most
might
games,
be something
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just something that might take them, some time to fix.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of dupes and stuff like that, it really doesn't matter. The game economy does not suffer as much as people think. Like there's a dupe thing, they're like, oh, well, things got duped, we banned the accounts eventually, whatever. In Dune, everything matters because you just spent 10 hours getting your first ornithopter to get into the deep desert, and someone hacks it out from under you and drives away, and then you just lost 10 hours of progress.
How the fuck is this assault thopter flying so fucking fast?
That's a speed hack.
But I thought that's the whole point of us being forced to use Battle Eye.
Battle Eye is not very good.
A Battle Eye is not as infallible as people think it is. It's very easy to work around.
So this guy is literally just forcing him to the ground with his ornithopter that's over speeding and overheating him.
Well, he was overheating because he was trying to use his booster to get away.
And that guy was thinking, oh, he's trying to get me eaten by a worm, because that's like what you would think. No, he's trying to get you to get out of the ground, out of the vehicle to try to fight him, because as soon as you get out of the vehicle, the driver's seat's open.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not understanding. There's permissions on the vehicle.
That's
and he's
what
not
they're
zoning
spoofing.
in.
Yes, but they can spoof that because those permissions are kept client side, and there's hacks, obviously, that allow them to spoof that permission the minute you get out of the vehicle, because they're essentially telling the server they're you.
Yeah, think of like when you play a survival game that has base building. How do you know where you're placing the item? In the background is like a matrix program, just like, just random computer code that says show this person this. So when a player goes by you, even though you can't see their name, there's a whole bunch of data that player populates for you. And they're looking at part of that populated data and being like, oh, there's his little secret code. Let's just copy that real quick. And boom, you're in. It's the same reason why Discord is as piss poor as it is when it comes to defense. Because if you auto log into Discord, you put a token in your Discord that allows anyone who knows how to access that token to immediately gain access to your Discord without logging in. Because you're pre-logged in via that token, and they can pre-log in on your account if they get that token.
Yep.
So there's no easy way to fix that outside, because you can't really hide it. You need tokens to be able to auto log in, just like in Google when you save a password. That's just a token. So unless you log in manually, you literally can't get away from that.
And this right here is why I hate PvP and everything to do with people behind a computer screen.
Well, in a game like Dune that has literally nothing to do and the end game doesn't matter, PvP only means I get to grief you because I'm bored. That's what it means. Exactly. And that's why I was so adamant about they need to create PvP objectives that are rewarding for PvPers, so that they want and have a reason to PvP. If you don't have a reason to PvP that keeps PvPers busy, they will always go the path of least resistance, which is to grief and try to remove players from the game.
Yes.
And that's fun for them, but it's not fun for anyone else. And that's the problem. They're like, well, I like it, so what are you going to do about it? I'm going to leave because you're an asshole and I don't like playing with bricks. Here.
And that's
and
my
like,
biggest reason.
Quit.
That's my biggest reason for not PvPing, is because I absolutely despise griefing. And anytime there's PvP, it invites griefing. Now, if
I think
there's
it has
good
the potential to, yeah.
Well, yes, it absolutely has the potential to invite griefing. It's not always going to invite griefing, but it has the potential to invite griefing. Bounty systems are helpful, but it really, like Zelray said, it comes down to having objectives for them to work towards that keep them from wanting to grief other players. If they have objectives to work towards that are rewarding for them, then they will focus on those objectives over griefing other players. If the reward is better than what they're going to receive from, griefing people.
Yeah, it's just a simple fact of keep people busy. They're gonna be busy. Fine. And the fact of how the Deep Desert works in Nuance too is improper. Having anyone be able to be base rated no matter what is a bad thing to have happen, because like I know about it and I take care of it, but I know every time I go to the Deep Desert, any base that I have in the Deep Desert, anywhere, it doesn't matter now because there's probably a hack that shows people where bases are so they can see it even through rocks that you would never be able to see in the past. My base is gone. There's nothing in that base, but my base is gone completely every single time now. And it's like, it's boring to like spend time trying to find a place to hide it just so people will destroy it no matter what.
Yeah, and that comes down to, and it's a hack in a lot of games, especially games like Ark and stuff like that, where they've had to try and create workarounds to prevent it, is people will go in and use basically code within their graphical settings to turn off foliage and rocks and things like that so that only player bases and players and stuff will pop in, and they can adjust how far away they see these things and stuff like that so that they can see your base through a rock without having to actually see your base. And I hate the ability for people to do that, because all they're doing is changing game files, but it gives them a huge advantage over somebody that's playing with the foliage on and all the other stuff.
So what I'm hearing
unfortunately,
is
you can't do
shitty.
Well, you can't do anything about it, because no matter what, you need to have a client that connects to the server, and the server feeds the client where things are. But the reason why you can have custom, like when people, it was common in League and I'm sure in other PvP games, they get bored of their characters and they're like, I want everyone to be in swimsuits and bikinis. There's no skin for that, but they can make a skin and inject it into their game that only them see it. That's it. So like what that essentially says is all of what you see in any game is client side, and if you just tweak the transparency down by 20%, 10%, you can see through to see where people are hiding no matter what.
And that is something actually that BattleEye will help with. It won't necessarily take care of all of it, because there's third-party programs you can use to get around BattleEye, but BattleEye basically takes your files and compares them to the server's files, essentially saying, okay, it needs to be this file with, you know, these parameters and stuff like that, or don't let the person in. Which is a way to solve people going in and tweaking files.
Unless they put their files on a switch, just as what lag switches were.
Well, yes, that's why I said it doesn't completely stop it, but it helps prevent it. There are ways around it. And what are you doing, Darius? It's been so hot and miserable. Literally, I have ice water on my desk right now. He stuck his head into my ice water to drink the ice water. I know, you thirsty. It's cool.
Sad that people didn't even wait 2 weeks to start doing hacks and shit. Like, that's absurd.
You know why they waited 2 weeks? Is they just had to figure out how to bust the code. That's all that it takes, because
as soon as they find out how to do it, they're gonna start doing it. It didn't take them long,
and it will get fixed. But it's like like, think about lock picks and stuff like that. You can pick almost every single lock, no matter what anywhere. Any lock is pickable. The thing is that you don't know how to pick the lock until you do it for the first time. So that's the thing that you bet on and you hinge on is, well, this should take them a couple years to figure out on a good lock. And once they do, then we'll just have a new lock design by then. That's why for your cards, like just your debit cards, it used to be like, you remember back in the day that you'd be like, hey, I bought a pizza, and they come over and rub your card into the carbon print and be like, I have a carbon copy of your card, and they just go in and they tear up the paper afterwards. Well, they realized that wasn't very secure, so they started saying, okay, well, how do we fix this? Let's try to digitalize it. And then we got card readers, and then card readers started to get busted because people can put the little thing on the card reader to steal your information. So they came up with chips. And I'm sure chips are going to get busted. They already do. There are also RFID things that protect your cards now with chips, but they're going to phones. And then phones, you can kind of software it for a while, but I'm sure that eventually that might not be safe. And over time.
I was watching a video the other day where they can literally just walk past you and get all of your card information because of the RFID chip.
Yep, if it's not protected. Which is why you see these people with, advertising wallets that will block RFID signals. But like Zelray said, then they're going to phones, so you can just tap your phone. But the problem is your phone is emitting signals, so they can hack your phone. And because it's the same thing with back with Apples in the day. Everybody was like, oh, get an Apple computer because there's no viruses. Well, yeah, because nobody was making viruses for Apples. Because PC was more common, so everybody was making viruses for PCs. Well, guess what? Apple went through a huge thing when people started creating viruses and hacks for Apple computers. And it took them a while to fix it.
Because they didn't have a department.
Because
like Windows does.
Exactly. There was no people making antivirus software for Apples and Macs and stuff like that because it was never a thing until it became a thing.
It's not a thing. Now it is. Oh.
And then
it put a way to figure this out.
Exactly. And it put Apple way behind the curve in stopping it. Because
now,
once it became a thing, then Apple had to scramble to get ahead of it instead of
figure this out now.
Exactly. So it's no different than what we're seeing in some of these games. Oh shit, we need to figure this out. We need to stop these hackers from doing this exploit. So it takes them a bit to figure it out. And I know I've seen Pirate Software talk about this and like botting programs and stuff from when he was in, working for Blizzard, It's like, well, why don't you ban the bots right away? Well, what you do is you figure out how to stop it, and you catalog the people doing it so that when you do stop it, you put out a massive ban instead of just banning them as you find them. Because then it's not, oh, well, I was banned for this exact behavior, figure out the workaround. Instead, it's, well, look, 100,000 accounts just got banned all at once because of a whole variety of things. So...
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You know, it's not as like, all right, well, they caught on to this, let's do that now. It's they caught on to a lot. So
and they fixed a whole bunch. Now we have to spend a whole bunch of time figuring...
Yeah, figuring
well,
new
you don't know
exploits.
exactly what was the thing that happened that caused the breach in the first place. Because hackers are secure just like games are secure. The other thing that will be the next thing, so like how phones are secure and how they're staying more secure than anything else right now, is they have a very interesting technique of handshaking where your phone wallet has essentially an ambiguous account. Your phone literally has its own bank account that doesn't really exist, but it kind of exists type thing. Like it's not attached to a bank, but it's a pass-through. So when you use your phone to pay, what happens is your phone's like, hey, I need some money to pay for this. And then you have to be like, I'm accepting you to take my money kind of beforehand. That's like what you do on your phone. So that allows your bank account to connect to the phone account and that phone account to pay the other account. So even with RFID signals trying to interact with your phone, you're going to get a request. But since you don't know about the request and didn't accept the request beforehand, it says, fuck you, request, get the hell out of here. The same thing's going to happen with gaming, unfortunately. Once there's enough energy to support it, which there isn't currently, is that when you like you know, Nvidia, what's the streaming game service that Nvidia has? Is that called GeForce?
GeForce Now,
yeah,
or something like that.
GeForce Now.
GeForce Now.
How that works is they run the game on their graphics, on their PC, and you just look at a screen like a screen share and play the game through the screen share. That's how that works. You can't hack that unless you have access to the PC that's doing the stream share. So it fixes the issue, but there's no way that gaming can like use that much power to make everyone have that issue, if that makes sense. So
we want.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Zori.
Until we get Dyson spheres, it's not happening. Or maybe some other type of funky energy that they figure out. Like when they were trying to make diamond batteries with nuclear cores. That was a fun thing. That was a fun science fiction thing that they were trying to figure out how they can make real.
Why can I not find the piece I want? No, I don't want rounded shapes. Basic shapes, no. Square. Want that, but a bigger wedge. I want that beveled corner look. Maybe a wedge. Aha, aha, aha.
Aha! Aha!
Aha, see? See?
Mercy!
It's really mercy. That's not quite what I want. good thought, but that's not going to work. I need...
They're like Japanese. They're like cute Japanese elves. Hey, sir, go back.
Building blocks in 7 days can get really frustrating. Until I learned that you could favorite things, which took me a while, I was not happy with it at all. Once I learned I could favorite things, I was like, okay, this is a little bit better.
Yeah, it can be... The thing is they've got a huge number of shapes, which I'm all for having a large number of shapes. But it can be a little difficult at times to get the shape in the right orientation, find the right version of the shape, that type of deal. See, that's kind of the right shape, but I need it. That might work. That could work too. So yeah, I mean, there is a lot of freedoms to your shapes, which I like. I'm all for, you know, more block shapes. But it can be difficult at times to... Until you're familiar with, you know, what's where.
Well, it's a common issue too. Like, it's the same thing in a lot of crafting systems when you have too many things to craft and not a good UI to try to show it. You're just like, I remember the first time I tried 7 Days to Die and I saw the UI and I was like, this shit. Like, no, I don't want it. Because it was way too much. It was an overload. And I'm just trying to build a wall and I'm not understanding how a wall is made type thing.
Yeah. Oh, I get it for sure.
Like, I in my mind I was like, oh, it's like Minecraft but a little bit more geometric, and then like I still was having issues and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Having the ability to like copy shapes and faces and stuff like that is very nice. So that you can say, okay, you know, I want this shape here and yada yada yada. That's very handy, but it can be a bit overwhelming at times when you're trying to adapt to a structure. But it's like with any building system, the more you do it, the more comfortable you get with it and going, oh, you know, I just need this shape to go with that shape, to do this, to do that. Actually, I don't know if I need... I think all I need is shape. It's going to be a wedge. I need... that style wedge. As far as building shapes go, they have a huge number of shapes in this game. which is nice. But it can be difficult at times to find the right shape.
Yeah, no, like they have enough shapes to make it so, as someone who understands building, you can kind of get the idea behind what you're trying to do. But at the same time, as someone who knows building, it's not how you build. So it's like, like, you know, like you would frame and then you just put a layer of OSB on the outside and make it look how you want to make it look in the case of like how their base component is. And it's close to that, it's just not quite that.
Okay, so that one I actually need.
I remember I tried to make an underground base and I made a way for them to like get through and come in and all that stuff. And then they just dug from my ceiling. They just dug straight down instead of using the path I made for them. It's like, oh.
Well, that is knowing the zombie AI and how they're going to react to certain things. Like, they're going to look for the path of least resistance to get to you. And, you know, if you're in an underground tunnel, and the entrance to the tunnel is, say, in that garage over there that you can see, and I'm underground under this truck, and it's just a dirt tunnel between me and there, they're going to go right there and dig straight down because it's easier than them going way over there and coming into me. But if it's all lined in like concrete, they're going to say, okay, the total value of busting through these blocks versus running over there, they're going to run over there and come down. But they're only going to path so many blocks away. So you need to know, okay, they're only going to look for, say, 10 blocks away to come after me versus, you know, digging straight down to get to me. So there's limits to how far they'll path to come underground and come looking for me type of deal. So those are the type of things that you need to understand, so to speak. And it's just a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Is what it boils down to. It's lots and lots of testing. It's one of the reasons why I watch Jawoodle a lot on YouTube. Because he does a crap ton of testing. Every time a new version of the game comes out, he will spend hours and hours testing things in a... I mean, he calls it Jawoodle Park. It's basically a creative world that he will build stuff, test it, build stuff, test it. And he's great about letting people know, like, this is the new AI for this, and this is the new method for this, and, you know, killing corridors, how did they change, how do they work, what's the best way to do this? So it saves me a lot of trial and error in figuring things out, which I'm a lazy player. I like to just play and enjoy myself. I don't want to have to do, you know, hours of testing every time there's a new change to the game. So, to have somebody like Jwoodle that does all that testing for me, I'm 100% going to watch his videos and go, okay, that's what I need to do. And then I'll make tweaks and adjustments to it from there to fit my own playstyle. But at least I already have a majority of the information done, testing-wise.
So that's how he does it. Ah.
I mean,
that's how he doesn't do it.
if somebody's going to give, you know, a wealth of information on something, then I, as the player, as long as they've put the testing into it, should, you know, take advantage
Well, you
of
should
that.
take advantage of what is given to you. And it's the reason why people are smarter today than they were 200 years ago. Maybe not 100 years ago, but definitely 200 years ago.
Now, I'm not just going to look at any random video and go, oh, you know, this is how to abuse, you know, this situation, blah, 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 blah. Because at the end of the day, not everybody puts the testing in. And, you know, they'll try to put out a video and say, oh, you know, do it like this. And they're not necessarily doing it in the best way, the most methodical manner. I know from experience, though, that Jwoodle absolutely puts things into a very methodical testing manner.
What are those little poles going to be?
Just poles. The reason I'm using these poles to support it, if a zombie does come out here, they have a very hard time hitting a pole versus a full block.
Oh, okay, so like you can only hit the marker, essentially. Yeah,
so that they'll swing at this, but they don't typically do damage to a block like that because of how their swing mechanics work.
That's ridiculous that that's
Well, I just thought you were gonna make like a weird like canopy thing.
Oh, I am making a canopy. My goal is to have a canopy outside of here, so you can come out and there'll be a big canopy out here, and that's where I'm going to put some of my. I'm gonna put crops here, and I'll move dew collectors up, because I can have a single hole in that canopy that will cover this whole area for crops.
This is what I thoroughly enjoy about this game, is customizing a POI. I don't like making my own POIs. I like customizing the POIs that are in the game for what I want. It's so much more fun.
Yeah, I think that's what Enshrouded did really well too, is that people were like, oh, I don't have to be completely creative, and I can see how the game uses the blocks so that I can figure out how to accentuate that.
Yes. I love that style of play. It's one of the reasons why I like this game so much. I like Enshrouded for the same reason, because you can see a POI, go in and utilize that POI in other ways, or, rather than building an entire base or POI from scratch, I can instead go in and utilize something that's already there and tweak it to fit my needs. Or, renovate it. Oh, this is a really cool... yeah, same with ship blueprints in Imperium Galactic.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
I love the way this ship looks, but you know what? I want to make this tweak to it. I want to make that tweak to it. And then I'll go in, and that will be my ship moving forward.
The Penumbra is the perfect example of that in Imperium. It's a fantastic ship to get you started as a capital. But it lacks all the bells and whistles to make it a great ship. But you can easily do upgrades and modifications to it, and it becomes a really good starter ship for a short time. But you eventually do grow out of it. But it's really good for getting you amongst the stars. Yep. And I love that ship for that purpose alone.
Absolutely. And I always do that. I'll find oh, you know what? This is going to be my starter ship. I'll kind of plan a progression to them. And that's what I'll do. I will progress through following a certain path. You know, all right, I'm going to go this ship to that ship to this ship to that ship. And I will tweak other people's designs because I do not have... I mean, yes, I
don't have the creativity to sit there and patience to sit there and do that for that long.
I have the creativity to make some stuff, but not to the extent that some of these other people do. Some of these people have amazing, amazing vision to, you know, create these designs. I don't have that. Can I build off of somebody else's design in a lot of different ways? Absolutely. That I can do.
I'll be right back.
Yep. So, you know, I'm in a situation where I would much rather build off somebody else's design to make it suit what I want than trying to build from scratch. Yeah, Spange. I love Spange builds, Life Force builds. They do an amazing job at
they're wonderful builders, but
yeah, exactly. They do amazing
for the
builds.
masses.
So I will take one of their builds and adapt it to my needs if I like the design and the layout and things like that. That I can do 100% of the time, all day long, with no issue.
Completely agree.
And that's typically what I'll do. Which, you know, in a game like this, you know what? They don't have POIs like they do in Empyrean Galactic blueprint-wise. But I can find POIs that are in-game and adapt them 100%. Like this. I kind of came across this and said, you know what? I kind of like what's here. I can do this, I can do that, I can tweak this, I can tweak that. And that's what I'm doing. I've got a vision in my head right now of how I want to do this, so that's what I'm going to do. You know, I'm going to eventually finish that outside edge. I will work my way in and fill this all in. And then this down here will become crop plots. I might actually take this edge here back out. And then I'll move the dew collectors up. So I'll have a couple dew collectors up on this roof area. Probably 4 of them for water. This area down here can be crops. I'll have a couple of holes left through. Because you need to have direct sunlight shafts in order to have like a greenhouse effect. That's what I'll do. I'll make it like a little greenhouse. I'll have a small farm, and this house will then carry me through the burnt biome. Because the burnt biome, you really don't find much in the way of POIs that you can adapt. like in, you know, like you'll find here. You're gonna find better POIs in the forest than you will in the burnt biome. Burnt biome is gonna be completely destroyed. Crap. But once you move into the desert, you start to find good POIs again. You move into the snow, you find good POIs again. Get into the wasteland, you can find some good POIs. So I will adapt this place to get me through the burnt biome. And then once I get to, you know, the desert, I will find another POI and adapt that as a, you know, my next base until I get into the snow. And then eventually I will get into, you know, the wasteland, and I'll have my final base, so to speak. In the meantime, I just, you know, do this. I'm not far from the trader. So I you know, I can get to the trader fairly easily. I can get to some decent tier POIs from here. I've made it so I can make use of the entire second floor here. If I want to. Go like that. See, I'm running low on water. What I need to do is start making red teas instead of... chrysanthemums. There we go. Yeah, eventually I'll be able to come out here. I'll have, like, probably 5 different dew collectors up here, eventually. Keep me in the water for a while. Yeah. Okay, so, that direction... 900 meters, it's in the snow. This might be out of range for me, but we're going to head that direction. Bye! I don't want to sprint the whole way, because that's going to be very detrimental to my food. Heck yeah. Ooh, wooden bow quality 1. Fuck yeah. I have to make one of those when I get back if I can.
What was that book you just found? Was that like an actual new weapon, or was that just the upgrade ones for the...
That was a bow crafting book.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that system. Okay.
But that particular one happened to get me the next tier
Yeah,
Oh,
I forgot
fuck.
about that system.
I can move beyond this little scrap bow to a wooden bow now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that's a huge
Huge.
huge
Huge. It's huge, man. It's huge.
that's a pretty big upgrade, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting to that particular drop just yet.
Which one?
Supply drop.
Oh, 500 meters away?
Yeah, that particular supply drop I think might be a little out of reach.
Honey!
Hopefully. It's not a guaranteed. Not
No,
guaranteed.
that's right. It isn't. You're right. Oh. Boo. Wait. Did you get one? Or no, it was...
Nope, I didn't get one. That's one of the new
What the
guys.
fuck is that?
It's one of the new monsters.
What the fuck?
He's a troll.
Yep, pretty much. They'll throw rocks at you.
Holy shit!
They added something else too. I just can't remember.
Darius, you're gonna freeze to death, sir.
I know.
So you can enter the biome, but you can't do anything in the biome type thing?
You can enter the biome, but you're not gonna get like the proper loot from the biome unless you're
Boy Scout badges there.
Boy Scout badges there. I think it also, to a degree, will give you like some resistance to the temperature. I know, obviously, clothing and mods.
You really want that fucking loot.
Fuck yeah, I do. I'm almost here.
You're gonna freeze to death trying to get to it.
I might. Now head south as fast as I fucking can walk. Or run. Oh, spray my fucking leg. Good job, dumbass.
Walk.
I'm walking now. But I got it. Now it's just getting out of here with it.
They added a whole bunch of new POIs as well, right?
Oh yeah. They added a lot of new POIs. They added a lot of they added a couple new enemies. They changed zombie AI. Fuck you, zombie. Down to 50 hit points. There's the zone wall. Can I make it? I'll make it. There, I am warming up. Haha, I got it. And I got out. Only cost me 1 bandage. That's fine.
I mean, that's tolerable.
Mm-hmm. Got cornbread. Needed food anyway, so I'll use the cornbread. Couple of bow crafting skills, couple of medical crafting skills, couple of tool crafting skills, box of 7.62 ammo. Cornbread will help me get my health back as well. All in all, that was a very acceptable, issue to deal with. Got some pipe bombs, got some AP slugs. Sprained my leg on the way back, but Alright, I do have a couple of skills. I know parkour was one that I wanted to get. I'm gonna do that next.
Did they ever add any other bosses outside of the pig boss?
There's some boss type enemies, yeah. I mean, the pig is the biggest example of it, but you do have, like, demolishers people might consider like a mini boss.
I mean, like, the pig spawns in a specific zone. I know there are those, like, whites or whatever they are, the angry things that chase you like hell.
Yeah, whites.
Which are, like, definitely hard, but
even Grace isn't really all that difficult once you know the situation. Grace being the pig boss.
I don't think Grace is that hard, but it's exciting to find, like, a specific POI that has it there.
I don't know if they've added anything specific in 2.0, because I know they did add a bunch of POIs and stuff like that. Whether they added any monsters like that, I don't know. Because Grace is just a larger version of a boar with a huge amount of hit points and the fact that she's irradiated. And that's found at the Bob's Boars POI.
Oh, I remember that one, yeah.
But, I mean, there are plenty of POIs that have, like you said, whites and things like that to contend with. Let's see if we can go to Trader Rect and grab a quest. There's a couple mods that I might possibly add just because of what they do for the game. Warzik's farming mod is one that I like the idea of. This game, I will occasionally run, or I say occasionally, but I do like playing the overhaul mods. Some of them are really decent.
I think overhaul mods are the only mods I really like because they change the actual experience rather than just like tack stuff on.
Yes, like playing Undead Legacy.
Undead Legacy was a lot of fun.
Really fun. Unfortunately, I think Undead Legacy, he's doing a lot of, as Faye put it, feature creep to a point where he's trying to add a bunch of stuff that may not necessarily be worthwhile in the end. I don't know. It's been a while since I've kept up with exactly where he's at and the progress of it. I know he's still in 1.4, so it's going to be a while before he upgrades to 2.0, I think. One that I was looking at doing right before 2.0 got really close to coming out, it was, what the heck's the name of it? It's another overhaul mod. I think I'm in the Discord for it. Let me see. The Rebirth mod. That one looks really decent. You know, I've done Warzix in the past, War of the Walkers. I've never done a full playthrough of Ravenhurst, and I would like to, because that's one that gets pretty
I've heard so many good things about that one, but I've never even...
It was a good evening.
I don't even
until
know
you
anything
came
about
in.
it.
What do you want?
It is pretty intense. Ooh, book barn.
Well, I got don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Don't test my patience. It's thinner than your wallet.
Darkness Falls is one that's decent, but that one can get pretty insane later on with
I've
its
heard the
scaling.
same about that one, yeah.
Ooh, Gatherer. Surface cooling increases the rate of dew collection. That might be worth buying. An anvil. But yeah, the Darkness Falls gets pretty crazy. I would like to do another playthrough on that one again at some point. But Ravenhurst, I've never done a full playthrough of that one, and I think it would be really fun to do, but it really needs to be done in a multiplayer environment because of the fact that you have a whole lot of class type stuff to consider. So it's really good to have multiple people so you can kind of specialize into things and not really fall too far behind with some stuff. That's going to be worth the investment.
All that gawking at goods, and that's all you buy?
Good. Good. Good.
Oh, that's it. There we go. All right. That direction now. Underlay. So yeah, Ravenhurst is a pretty creepy mod to play though for many people.
Creepy how?
One of the added zombies is a burned baby.
Oh, nope. Can't do it.
I don't know if it's changed. I know that was one of the enemies at one point, was a like creepy, like burned baby type looking enemy.
Nope, can't do it.
But Ravenhurst has a lot of additional enemy types. Like I said, class system and all that stuff. So it changes the whole progression of the game. I started it at one point because I saw Spange playing it. And I'm like, oh, that looks kind of cool. Let's check that out. But of course, he was doing it on a server with a bunch of his friends. So there was like 5 of them, so they could each kind of spec into a thing. You know, one person could hunt, one person could craft and stuff like that, because you kind of have to with that mod. So, you know, of course, I started it for a couple of minutes and went like, oh, there's no way I'm gonna get very far as a single player with all of this specialty stuff you have to consider. So I ended up not really getting very far in Ravenhurst. But, like I said, War of the Walkers, I've played that one quite a bit. Warzik. Warzik was actually a really cool overhaul. I never did a server with that one. I think server-wise, it's only been... well, we did Undead Legacy on a server, and
Yes,
I think we
that
might
one,
have
I
done
know.
Darkness Falls.
I think we started Darkness Falls, and then
Yeah, we didn't go very far with Darkness Falls on the server. Undead
no,
Legacy was
because
the one we played
If I
mostly
remember right,
through.
we ran into some problem, and that's when you started looking into Undead Legacy, if I recall correctly.
Probably. Something like that. So yeah. Undead Legacy was really good. I do want to try Rebirth, though, because Rebirth changes things quite a bit. Like, in order to have Horde Knights still, you have to, like, toggle them back on. It shuts them off.
Interesting. Why?
It shuts them off essentially because your whole progression is done differently. In order to... basically what you need to do is you need to like pacify. The whole idea is you're trying to pacify and cleanse the world. So it goes from having Horde Knights to having the whole pacification thing that you gotta contend with.
Huh.
Yeah,
the...
purge mode. Yeah, there's a couple different modes with that one, is what it comes down to. This is 6, call it 7, 15...
Interesting.
So out of all the Dune changes they made, there's 3 that are worth talking about, I think. 1, Deep Desert goes all the way into E sector for PvE now. So about half the Deep Desert is PvE.
Nice.
Good change. Good change.
Ornithopters, when you accidentally exit out of them midair because they make the exit button E and the forward button W, which
Oh,
is the
trust me.
problem.
Been there.
It doesn't careen and fly you forever. It just goes straight down now.
That's
So you don't
good.
lose your ornithopter.
It's actually funny. I watched a dude. He was he was on his ornithopter, accidentally hit W, and the thing, of course, did the dive and then took off, and it went way off in the distance and ended up landing into quicksand.
Oh God.
He managed to catch up with it, and thankfully right now quicksand doesn't affect flying.
Oh, that lucky son of a bitch.
So he was able to like get in and fly away in it, but it was like he had to run across open sand to get to the quicksand, to get to the thopter and all that stuff. So, oh yeah, there was a worm incoming by the time he was able to get back in it. But he's like, okay, don't hit E. It's like, yeah, no, don't do that.
And the final big thing that they did is any siege in your server you can claim land on now. So say our siege is full, someone else can just join the server on any of the other sieges and still play with us, like truly, instead of like visiting and being like, I can't do anything here.
All right, yeah, that's good.
And I had a slew of a whole bunch of other things that I read, but those were the three big ones. Having the deep desert go PvE zone all the way to E means that you really can make a base in the E zone and pretty much reach anywhere pretty quickly for a safe base. That was one of my biggest issues, was that I would make a small little base just to hold shit, and then I'd have to make another one somewhere because it just keeps on getting destroyed or taken over.
Yeah.
So that's 5 zones that are PvP or PvE and 4 zones that are PvE.
It says it goes halfway into E, so they split E into half zone.
They split it 4.5.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Because if people want PvP and they want to do that kind of stuff, there's still half of the Dune Desert where they can enjoy that content. But
all
I'm
the
not
giant spice blooms are all like the big mega spice bloom fields. They're always after E anyways. So the biggest spice blooms are going to be in the PvP sector. Most mediums will be. You'll find some mediums in E, but like not very many.
That brings in the risk reward, and I'm fine with that. But you know, I want the PvP area for when I don't feel like dealing with that bullshit.
I think that's the biggest thing that open world finds difficult, is that people, if you put all the high-end content in the PvP zone, it's really off-putting when you just want to relax and do something simple. PvP's fun for a lot of people who do enjoy it, but they don't want to be stuck with it.
Hey, Code. I'm recovering. I've been... Motherfucker. Really? I'm still recovering from my first infusion that I had the other day. It took it out of me, for sure.
Going with that rock. Oh, way the fuck over there.
Get with me when you can catch up. Yeah, sounds good. I've just been kind of dealing, I guess. Need to start looking at the boxes and getting things organized. Grab the nitrate powder. Half the stone.
All that stuff I mentioned is on the public test client. So it's coming soon. Not yet.
Oh.
I just read that last part. You probably read that first,
Yeah.
but I missed it.
I figured it wasn't here yet, but was getting close. One of the things I actually did this morning was I went on and I converted my basically I shut down all of my high-end like energy draws. I shut down all of my big windmills, so I wasn't burning the fuel. And then I put in like 7. It was like 6 or 7. I think 6, maybe 8. I think I did 8 of like the stupid cheap generators that just run off batteries, and filled them all. That way my base is in
Like standby.
a standby mode for 20 days. I'll go in and pay the taxes at some point when I need to. That type of deal.
I should probably check the base. I think I did that a few days ago. Last time I was on, a couple days ago, even.
Carter said he did it 2 days, maybe 3 days ago.
He
I don't know,
didn't.
whatever.
Whatever he did, the whole base was down. I had to fix that. It was 2 days ago I did it, and
Ick.
literally, what he did is he made the stuff, then he forgot to put it in.
Oops.
He made all this lubricant. There was like 500 lubricant, but he forgot to place it in.
Yep, I can understand that.
Well, it doesn't help that it takes fucking. I went to craft like 500 lubricant, and it said it was gonna take like 2.5 hours
Correct. Yeah.
to craft. So I was like, I'll come back later.
Yeah, exactly. Pack mule, okay.
It's not that important to me.
I started working on my base location, but then I was like, I did a lot already, and then I'll come back.
Did you end up moving it again?
I moved away from that rocky zone, the Odam, because I couldn't get the thing I wanted, and anything else in that area is just going to annoy me because it isn't what I got. So I just shot across the map until I found the location.
I was say, because somebody's
You're
not
actually in a
far.
really good spot, Zelray.
Say again?
You're actually
Reyes?
in a really good spot.
There was
My
somebody that
base?
had
Yeah, your new base.
started making a base in the Udam not far from where you had been. So I wasn't sure if that was
Bush,
you or not.
Bush did that.
Oh, Bush
He's
did?
down in a lower rock, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bush started working there. Have you been over to the east side of the map and saw what I've been working on, Reyes?
Oh yeah,
You
that's
showed
right.
me.
You had started way over in like the Haga Rift area, right?
Yeah, on
Something
the
like
very
that.
eastern entrance of the Haga Basin. You'll pop in, you turn around, and you can see it.
Yeah,
Have you done
I
more
haven't.
than-
I haven't been over there since. But now that you say that, I remember you. That's where you had been setting up.
Have you done more than the other day when you were showing me your
Yeah, I'll pop on for a second. I just popped on to check the power anyways. Let me just put it on this so you can see.
I did not swing by your place this morning, Reyes, but I did go
I
by
did.
Dresh's base and top off his fuel cells.
I literally just did it, but thank you.
Where is the
Oh, yeah.
damn farming one? I know there had been.
Are you looking, Reyes?
Hold on, I'm opening it up right now. I just opened it up, but I gotta make it bigger. There we go. Oh,
Let's go
It's a little garage thing that I'm
over.
working on.
I like the pillars though. They kind of work.
I'll wait for it.
Oh,
The bridge.
fuck.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I
looking.
see what you, now I see what you were envisioning.
Where the
And
shit?
That looks fantastic.
The pillars make it so it's less blocky.
Did they do
Um,
away with that particular hole?
So this is like where you spawn in. So you just
Skill
turn around.
tree?
You like spawn in right here. So you just turn around and then you can jump in.
During adventure,
Wow.
position, and all
This
that.
area is going to be the next thing I work on. And it's going to go up into the staircase.
Living off the land. It's over here now. There.
That looks
And-
fantastic.
This is the little, bedroom zone that I'll have.
That massive build, and that's your bedroom.
Farm plot.
Yeah, just to have like my own stuff. I mean, so
Yeah.
I haven't started work, so let me just jump back in here. It's much easier to
I don't
explain.
really have much nitrate. I have enough nitrate for one farm plot. Of course I
So
do.
this door is going to be an entry to another whole area that goes all the way out to here. My base area goes all the way to here.
I need
Whoa.
mushroom seeds. Where did you go? There you are.
So this is going to be a cliffside part of it, and it goes over there to the bridge, which underneath here has, the little driveway up and around.
Yeah.
This
Aha.
little room where all my stuff is currently stashed is going to get out of their plane. Is going to get a little bit more redone, and then this area, inside, like you can see how I have
this is
a
gonna take
walkway
forever to get rid of.
in the front of it right there. You can kind of see that. I think that looks pretty cool. But as you can kind of see the
yeah, that
innards,
does look really awesome.
the innards of this, say like if you drive in here and you park, there's multiple levels. So you can go up the stairs and then like you get breached to another level. And you go up the stairs and it kind of has that type of effect to it.
Yes, while it's
Okay.
nighttime and I'm just sitting here chilling in the base, let's beat up this reinforced chest.
And then it comes up to here, which then this is going to be locked. And there might be a couple other locks, but I was thinking people can just walk in and run up the stairs and take a look around and
H2O.
see how it all works.
Thank you for the hydrate there, MacGyver.
But yeah, so this is
And the
about
stretch.
half the project, and the other half is going to be over there. The base itself goes up to... You can see where the corner is up there.
Yeah.
So I can go all the way to that pillar, and that does the cliff face. So I can have a whole cliff face base that's going to start there.
Did you do like an L shape?
It's like a T, so it goes out
Oh, gotcha.
over here just so you can like look out. And I was thinking about maybe connecting this to something over here somehow, maybe, or maybe put like a outpost building. And then over here is going to be another big base. I've been trying to see what Harkonnen pieces look good with the Atreides, so that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. The doors on Harkonnen, I think, look a lot cooler if I can get that to shut again. See how it like opens and closes on the Harkonnen side? It like does the weird.
Oh, whoa. Those are cool.
Yeah, so trying to figure out how Harkonnen pieces can go into Atreides pieces like this. Like that's a Harkonnen corner. And then I'm using the dark Atreides lineup to try to make it mesh in a little bit.
Yep.
And it doesn't look terrible. Corner I still need to fix, but it doesn't look terrible. And the Harkonnen roofs don't necessarily, like here in the sun, it looks really nice. Like Harkonnen, Atreides. And then you have Harkonnen roof here too. That mixes in with Atreides roof. And that doesn't necessarily look bad either.
Oh,
No,
that
those
looks
actually
decent.
go together good.
So it's just, you have to be kind of specific about what works with what. And like the Harkonnen ramps
Hey,
don't
we got
necessarily
one.
look bad either. So there's quite a few things you can mix. The only problem with the Harkonnen and Atreides is when you go inside, it looks different, but it's not terrible. Like Harkonnen is very flat, sheet metal-y, thin, and Atreides is big, blocky. But the pillars, using foundations as big old pillars, I think looks really cool. Because a foundation holds its property of like how much it can go up indefinitely until it stops being a foundation. So the strength of that foundation is the strength of this floor until it like reaches out.
Yeah. I do like that part.
And by doing that, you can
Mushroom
mix and match
spores
this stuff
down.
too, and kind of fun looks to it. But yeah, a lot of stairs.
What's going on there, Kaze?
Where did I put? Oh, my chip's down here. Yeah, I'm hiding over here, Kaze, for a little bit. But no, the base building in Dune is really fun. Just that this is such a big project, I kind of hit, oh, I'm about done with this area, so now I need to think about how I want to do the next area.
Yep.
I also found out that you can put 2 pieces on an assault ornithopter. You can have like you can have a booster and you can have rockets.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So there are some mixed matches you can do.
Yeah, you can
think
put the
maybe-
booster on with the assault.
I don't think maybe you can do storage and rockets, but you can do like storage and booster and rockets and booster.
Yes, you can do rocket and booster or storage and booster, but you cannot do rockets and storage.
Oh.
So yeah, there is a little mix and match you can do.
I'll be honest, I hadn't even tried because, yeah.
Well, I tried the rockets and the storage, and I was like, that doesn't work. Whatever.
Yeah. Why are you guys not putting this little tiny section in? Why are you guys against those blocks? Or those slots?
Well, they're coming out with a summoner here soon, right? They've been talking about the summoner. Chrono needs to stop being New World. And Chrono, I feel, is trying to work on people's empathy by saying it's such an old build, but every playtest is an old build. There's not ever been a playtest that's the most current build because that's considered, you know, a realm. Like it's non-stable. You don't let players play non-stable versions.
Well, you shouldn't let players play non-stable versions, but
Well,
be honest.
they said that the Chrono Odyssey build that they were running and allowing people to play were 9 months old, which is fine. I don't care that it's 9 months old. It's the same build that people were able to test months ago. But the assets from New World that they used, they literally bought assets off of AGS and used them. Like
What is AGS?
Amazon
Game Studios.
Oh, okay.
Like they straight up took
Yeah, Wasteland
assets.
Treasures.
And they straight up took menus as well. Like, you know, when Atlas came out
Oh,
and
you
like
lucky
it
son
had
of a bitch!
what happened?
God damn, Darius, you have such good fucking luck in these games.
The only reason I have good luck is because I take more fucking bites at the pie.
I mean, that's true. I won't disagree with that.
It's easy
Del Rey,
to have.
I don't know if you've ever noticed, but Darius, when it comes to games like 7 Days to Die, I have seen this man get the most fucking lucky drops, random drops,
Well, yeah,
and he'll
again,
get them so often. It's so insane.
Well, I noticed Darius does not. He doesn't go as quickly as I do. He loots a lot more. But one thing that I do is I look at every chest and then move on if I don't see anything. He usually takes most of the things out of the chest, and I'm like, I don't need this shit.
Oh, I fucking loot whore almost everything.
But he still checks every chest, and I think that's like the thing is that, like, say if you have a 2% drop of something, you'll probably see it after 100 chests.
Yeah.
But with 7 days to die specifically, I find myself getting overweight way too quickly, so I don't do that all the time. Or especially like after the first 2 biomes, I'm like, I don't need this stuff. Let me just go through and see what I can collect.
Well, yeah, you get to a point where you start to prioritize. I want this over this. I want that over this, because of the, you know, the nature of it. You can only carry so much shit, so you start to prioritize. But to say I'm super lucky, well, yeah, because I loot, you know, 1,000 fucking things.
Yeah, true.
It's easy to be lucky when you loot 1,000 crates.
A lot of people, when they get full on inventory, they stop looking. They're like, I'm full, I need to stop. So they don't want to inventory manage or do the inventory Tetris.
Yeah, I'll do the inventory Tetris. I'll still keep looking and shit. Constantly. The whole time.
Yeah.
This is a bookstore. I'm gonna double loot this place.
The other thing, Kaze, about
Damn
Chrono,
right, you better.
about Chrono Odyssey is I didn't, and I told you this earlier, but they need to normalize difficulty between ranged and melee characters, because I feel like my experience was so dramatically different than a melee character, but I didn't get hurt because it's not like I did less damage or
Fucking
anything.
janitor.
It's just I could do as much damage as anyone else and not worry about doing that damage.
Sit down, you dickbag.
What's that little thing there?
What?
The little beacon thing with the
I
flag.
have a quest for this place.
Oh, okay, that's what that is.
But because I know it's a place that has a lot of book stuff, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and do a double loot. So
yeah, loot it and then start the quest and loot again.
Yep.
I just don't remember the flags looking like that. Did they change the asset for that?
Yes, they did. That's new.
That's what it was. Parry on the rapier felt really nice as well, Kaze, but it's when you get hit for half your health off of any normal attack. That was the problem. I think another big issue that we're going to see in the next couple years, and Chrono Odyssey makes it apparent, and not saying that it can't be fixed, Unreal Engine is a great tool that allows you to make a really nice looking game relatively quickly. And I say that is, I can buy an asset and make something look really nice without very much effort at all. And if you buy enough assets, Once Human did that fucking thing, where they bought all their assets, like 75% of their assets are bought, not made in studio.
More like 95% of their assets are bought.
It could be that high. I say 75 to be nice, but like it's a lot of them. They had over 100 cease and desists of the assets that they used in the first couple of weeks because they weren't following contractual agreements for personal versus marketing.
Mm-hmm.
But you can get assets and flip them in and have them look good with no effort on Unreal Engine. It's just how it works. Optimization is very difficult on Unreal Engine when you're using Unreal Engine uses an nanite system that makes it so like, oh, you don't have to worry about your polys anymore, but that information still has to be served to the client. So it's taking up space, and moving a big asset compared to a small asset, even on an SSD, is going to take time of some sort. Be it like parts of milliseconds to milliseconds to more. So it creates a bog down, which people don't necessarily think of right away. And thirdly, a lot of games end up looking very similar to other games with Unreal Engine because people aren't putting their own creative spin on the graphics to make it feel unique.
Yeah, they're not personalizing it enough.
The other thing that is outside of the engine itself, when you have all these tools that you're trying to juggle because you need to, Unreal Engine gives you a suite of tools that you need to understand completely to make it work. You're now focusing on the back end of the game, being graphics and how it looks, compared to the front end, which are the systems and things that make it feel like it has a soul instead of not having a soul. I feel like Chrono Odyssey's biggest issue for me is it feels soulless. It's interesting, but the combat system is New World, the town system is New World, and the enemies are all the same looking for the most part. I mean, there are some cool world bosses, but maybe on full melee it felt better, but on range it just felt like I had a rifle in New World the entire time. It felt exactly the same. And part of it is that you don't have very many skills, and the skills aren't a wow factor to me. But yes, the wandering into random quests I think was a good thing. More games absolutely need to have quests that you find rather than you pick up 20 at town. I think that was one thing that Dune could have done a lot better too, is have more quests that you like walk into and hear someone scream and you go and help them. And but also with Chrono Odyssey's skill system is they only give you
questing, by the way.
They only give you what you can have 4 skills on a weapon. So you can have 8 skills out of the 12 skills available to those weapons, those 2. And then your player skills for your class don't.
All right.
On Ranger, they felt very underwhelming. I'll say that much. And they need to create more of an identity and a reason for the skills, because it felt like auto attacks were safer to use almost all the time, because you could go from an auto attack to a dodge or an auto attack to a block much quicker than getting locked out with any one of your skills. So that they need a little bit of work on that with the combat, and to make it feel a little bit more good feeling. Like Guild Wars does a great job with a handful of skills compared to a typical MMO that you'll have bars and bars of skills. Like, wow, the identity feels like it's there.
Hey Mo, give me a beer, will you?
But even if it's a Ranger issue,
Darlene? Hey, back up, bitch.
A Ranger issue is still a game issue.
Stab in the face. Stab in the face. You miserable fucking Karen.
And also, if a game issue arises where one class is the best, but it's the least enjoyable and the most boring, it's how gamers play. Even if I wasn't playing Ranger, I'd have a Ranger do things that I couldn't do with other classes at the same skill or gear level. And then you're having everyone do something less enjoyable. It's the same problem with flying mounts in MMOs. You make a gorgeous world that's amazing to look at, and then you make people jump in their flying mount, go 200 meters in the air, fly to the point, drop straight down, do the thing, fly up, and the whole world now does not matter at all. People will always do the most effective way and metagame their way to getting the best stuff as quick as possible. they'll still play the other stuff, but if they're trying to become stronger, they'll instantly go into that mode. Because why struggle when I don't have to? Is the thought process there.
Not her. Haha. Bagged all your ass.
Also, like when you take a game like 7 Days to Die, if you're a melee character, you're kind of in the thick of it and you're fine. But if you're a ranged character, you can still be in the thick of it really quickly. Like, it's not like you're completely safe.
This is true. Yeah. You can get surrounded pretty quickly. It's one of the things, I said it earlier before you got here, that really frustrates me with specifically 7 Days to Die. There are POIs that no matter how stealthy you are, they spawn enemies
Once you do something.
Yeah, based off of you walked over this point, or you did this. And suddenly enemies will spawn all around you that you didn't get anywhere near. They weren't there until you crossed that point, and then suddenly they were everywhere. And there's no way to avoid that. It's just how they set things up. I hate that mechanic. You know, if you're gonna have the enemies,
that mechanic for a very long time too.
If you're gonna have the enemies, fine, whatever, not a problem. But don't have it so that like I'm stealthing along, and I stepped on this particular square, or crossed this square, and suddenly 8 zombies spawn because I crossed this point. I hate that mechanic because it completely destroys the stealth playstyle.
Well, not only that, but like, you know, you're in a dangerous situation, so you clear just like you would in like a raid or something. Like, think of the police going through a building. They slam open a door, clear. You clear the house. And then you say, okay, let's do the objective. It's safe to do the objective now. And you walk towards the objective, and then you have like 3 zombies biting your ass cheek all at the same time. And you're like, oh, I cleared the house, though. I cleared it. It was clear.
Where did they come from? Because they spawned because you crossed, you know, XYZ point. Or, you know, clear enemies. All right, you start going through. Well, clear enemies, it's not going to trigger that the quest is complete until all of the enemies are complete. And certain things like enemy spawns from walking over a certain point count as, you know, needing to be done. So, like, unless I walk over this point, the enemies won't spawn, and because the enemies didn't spawn, I can't complete the quest. I hate that particular mechanic, because if I'm going through a POI, obviously there's a path designed to follow to get through the POI. You know, you go out this window, loop back around, go in this window, yada yada yada, to get you around a locked door or whatever. But if I start getting impatient and just beat my way through the locked door, now I may not have spawned those enemies from, you know, walking around outside. And then because of that, I'm at the end objective, I've gotten all of the loot out of the place, can't complete the whole situation because, you know, I didn't spawn a particular point. So now I'm sitting here looking around the place trying to find, ooh, honey, enemies that don't exist. Which can be extremely frustrating to me, because, like, you know, why doesn't it just exist? Why can't I just see them to know where they are? Why do I have to trigger a certain point? Or hit a certain button to open a door that triggers monsters? Why? I hate those mechanics.
No, it confused me a lot in 7 days. Like, it took me a good few days to be like, oh, I'm not just an idiot. Like, the game is forcing me to be in a shitty situation to increase the fear factor type deal. It's
which, you know,
but,
I mean, I can understand wanting to keep you on your toes and this and that and the other thing, but just have the zombies be it. The other side of it too is a performance thing. If the zombies aren't there until they're spawned, then they're not there, and you don't have to, you know, the game's not trying to render them because you're in range of the zombies. So from a performance side, it saves some performance. Because it doesn't have the, you know, the enemy isn't there until it's spawned. Okay, I kind of get it. But like I said, to start doing a thing and you're stealthing through and you're keeping things nice and neat, easy,
after all.
and then suddenly
It's over with.
the shit hits the fan because you stepped on a spot. Like that's a shit mechanic.
Some days I don't even know why I open the doors.
I hate them spawning things behind you after you've already cleared the area.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah.
I'm gonna make
garage
you
first
say
construction,
I'm not
that's a good one.
surprised.
It is day 7. It's 10 a.m., so we only have a certain amount of time before Horde Night, so we need to start looking at getting ready for Horde Night. I am going to use the fire station. It is cleared out already. So there is
I think another
that
thing
side of it.
that goes along with what APH is saying there is
People want to play
games-
the game the way they want them to play, so they keep adding things.
you can guide players to play the game you want, but if you want the players to have more difficulty, if they're playing a ranged class, have a class of zombies that are for ranged players. Like, have spitter zombies and have like run up suicide bombers, more so for ranged players and melee players, because melee players are going to be in the thick of it fighting the melee. They're already in danger. You don't need to give them more danger necessarily. There's ways to make it feel like you have a challenge that you can script for more than trying to jump scare people after they've been careful, because all it teaches the player is I shouldn't be careful and I should just be reckless because the game forces me to be reckless no matter what.
Yeah.
Because that's really what it comes
Which
down
is-
to. The issue is I don't want to be reckless, so I'm being careful. Game's saying you don't get to be careful. I'm not allowing you to be careful.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I was trying to say to Kaze too, is that like as a ranged player in Chrono Odyssey or in 7 Days to Die, I should be facing challenges that would be equal to what a melee player faces as a challenge. Maybe zombies hide behind walls more often, or they like crouch so I don't get easy shots. Or they might have range too that they implore to use because they're at a disadvantage. Chrono Odyssey, same thing. If you're a ranged player, kind of like you're a ranged player in 7 Days, you get the benefit of not getting hit as long as you know where to stand. You're pretty safe. But for games, typically, most players will be like, oh, I can't get hit if I do that. I'll just play that, no matter how fun or boring that thing may be.
I mean, they did change some mechanics. They added that new troll-like zombie there that'll throw shit at you. So he'll get you in melee or ranged. He'll engage you. If you stay ranged, he'll throw shit at you. If you go up, he'll melee you. You've got the cops. The cops were actually changed in this version. It used to be that you could stagger them and they would stop their spit mechanic. When they started to go to spit at you, couple of shots from ranged and they would stagger and not spit. Now they will still spit.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't stagger them out of their spit unless you knock them down, which is much harder to do.
Yeah, you'd need like a sledge.
A sledge, or you need to like shoot them in the leg specifically to knock them over.
Which that is, I feel like proper development to be like, people are taking advantage of this system, and if we don't want them to take advantage, we need to give them a legitimate reason not to take advantage of the system. Like, and I think that's more than fair, and I think that's even for better gameplay premise, especially when you have a game that's supposed to be difficult. Like, say in Dune, the difficulty is I can lose my stuff, but when you lose your stuff due to things you can't control, it feels really bad. But if it wasn't as
keep
like
your fucking face shut, you bitch.
If it wasn't as like buggy, and like you'd be like, it was my fault, I lost that, I'm fine with that. But as soon as you take that out of the player's hand, where they, well, I mean, some people will never think it's their fault, but like if a sane person understands that, like, I couldn't do anything to prevent that, that will make them really annoyed, because their entire agency is ruined. They don't get an option. They don't get a chance. And that it's just difficult to deal with. I think that's like the dev magic that games can have when you have good developers. Not good, like great developers, because good developers will still do like the baseline and make the game enjoyable and fun. But when you see the ooh and awe aspects of like, oh, it did this because I was doing that, that's not necessarily what a lot of people think of AI. It's just like developers understand what gamers do, and they scripted to make sure to allow them to have as much fun as another play style.
I really wish, rather than flipping that knife every single time you stab, just carry the knife downward.
It's because I'm power attacking.
Oh, okay.
I'm flipping the knife like that because I'm power attacking.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about that attack.
That's another thing, though, that, like, it does feel funky that you reset your power attack every single time. If you're going to do 2 power attacks, if they register that, it could make it so that they have a different animation going between the 2 attacks. Like, say, you know, when you attack compared to when you start flipping it back, you have about a quarter of a second. If they register the input within that quarter second, you just go for another stab. Maybe it has a little bit longer of a wind up to get it, but at least it looks like you're being a normal fucking person.
Yeah, I would love for them to add a combo mechanic to your, like, melee attacks and shit.
That'd be cool.
Which they have, you know, over time they've adjusted and added to the, you know, attack system. So I would love to see them add a, you know, like, do a light, heavy finisher type deal. Or, you know, like a light, heavy, light, and be able to tweak the combat flow.
Or, for example, you use heavy attacks because you can get a stagger, but once they're staggered, light attacks do more damage, so like you have a reason to switch back and forth. Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be like Street Fighter, AA, BA, down A, half circle B, I did something. It can just be like, there's a reason to do this when something happens. Like, they're defenseless, so any, like the fast attacks do a lot more because they're defenseless.
Well, and they have started to a degree to add some of that mechanics in with some of the specializations that they've got now. You essentially will have the enemies will, you know, stagger easier, or, you know, you'll build extra stacks of this, that, or the other thing by doing a heavy attack followed by light attacks. They do have some of that worked in now with the die, bitch, fucking screamer. Glad she didn't yell. But a lot of it's into how you're speccing your character now. So that there are synergies you can get now with, you know, combining skills and stuff like that to give you, you know, power attack versus light attack and back and forth, which I'm okay with. I like that.
One thing I was messing around on Unreal that I thought was fun is I made a backpack slot and a backpack drop that is, you know, like, where do you see these backpacks? It's kind of it's like in camping you might see, not hiking, but like camping. You know those big backpacks that kind of look like they have like a chest on them, on the top of them?
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of like a rigid backpack that have like a chest almost look to the top of them. I made a rough, like, non-assetted design, like pretty much rectangle with a semicircle on top to make that look correct.
Yeah.
But I made that same model be a mimic. And what the backpack is it's a battle backpack. So when you're fighting, the mimic jumps off your back and fights any enemy and eats the gear and it puts it into your inventory. And then, like, when you're out of combat, it jumps back on your back.
That's cool.
And I thought that was kind of an interesting... It was really hard to do, by the way. I had to figure out how to switch assets from one to another, because it's not like it lives on your back as an entity. It lives on your back as a backpack. So as you get into combat, it had to have its own animation to drop to the ground. And then once it dropped to the ground, then it became the asset, which was the entity that could do the attack and action type thing.
I think I might have fucked up.
But I can't wait to see more things that end up being creative like that. Like that was like a once a year idea that I might have. I'm not saying I'm super creative with my own design principles.
Oh, that's a cool addition to Discord.
What is?
They have a whole family section of Discord that you can actually, like, monitor the servers and stuff of, like, teenagers so that they're not going to inappropriate Discords and, you know, talking to random strangers that might message them, and that's
I thought
really
they had that for
cool.
a little bit of time, actually.
I didn't know about it. I just found it, looking for something else.
Yeah. Now the thing is you need to
As a
know.
parent, I approve of this.
Oh, I approve, but you know, at the same time, you need to know your children's information to be able to monitor them.
Well, like, I think a lot of people now...
There's a QR code that they can give you straight from their Discord account, and all you have to do is on your phone scan it into your Discord,
now that
and
you did it.
it links you to their thing.
I think you're
Freaking lock
giving
picks.
too much credit to well-behaved kids.
Let's get back.
Yep.
I'm not
Let's get
saying
one thing straight.
that
not
it's a
working with
bad
me,
thing, but
you're
I'm saying
working
that
for me.
most parents, how they set up things is, I'm going to give you a phone to contact me. And if you want something on your phone, I'm the only person able to install stuff. You want Discord? Sure, let me install Discord. Now I have your QR code and I can check up on you. Because especially like in the day of age when I was like growing up with technology, people did not share any of that shit. Like, you could think back to like how people used MySpace and how secretive they were and shit like that, right? I think
I can tell you right now that there are definitely times I go round and round with one of my kids because he doesn't listen when I try to tell him, hey, there's reasons you don't do this and don't do that. You try to look out for your kids, but not every kid wants to.
I agree.
But for kids that respect and trust the "you're my parent" thing and you know what's right for me thing, it works fine. I just know a lot of kids do not give a shit about that.
Oh, I totally agree. You're 100% right. And
If you want some, for
But
fuck's
here's the
sake,
thing.
What is it now?
So
if you're a parent, there's a lot of ways for a parent to get in trouble for your child doing something that you didn't even know that they were doing.
Oh, absolutely.
So
I don't disagree with you.
as that parent can say, I'm sorry, I didn't understand or I didn't know that they were doing this thing, that parent should not be liable for the things that their child does as long as they can prove that they're trying.
Well, it's the
I've
same.
done this and I've done that and I've done this and I've safeguarded
Damn it,
as best I
you just have
can,
the bow parts.
but the child is
Fucker.
still doing this. That's on the child at that point, and the child should be
to an
punished
extent.
appropriately.
Well, yes, but like, let's take it to and I'm not gonna end here, but I'm starting with a super extreme. Is say that you have a locked drawer that you keep a pistol in for personal safety in your room that's locked.
What?
So you have like a locked cabinet in a locked room with the thing that you're keeping safe.
Yeah.
And
Shit, man.
they can still get into that, and you're still going to be held liable, even though you safeguarded it, right? Law be gone. Like, that's what's going to happen. So, like, what a parent can do, because children fortunately don't have access to a lot of money unless they steal it, is, and I think most parents should do this. You've shown me that you earned a phone. I'll let you use a phone. I'll get you a phone. But if you want something on your phone, I'm the person who can do that for you because
Oh, that's exactly how my daughter's phone is.
Well, that's because you're
Has to
smart.
have it approved through me.
That's because you started it the right way. A lot of people, especially where I live, completely different demographic of people and lifestyle. People will say, oh, you want a phone? Here you go. You want a car? Here you go. You want a motorcycle? Here you go. Like, they'll just, I don't care.
See,
just stay away from me.
That's definitely not me and my kids. But
It's
like,
it's a very big problem here.
like it started at, like, we only just recently got my youngest son a phone because he was obviously not mature enough to have one before recently. But like, even now, when he's like not actively doing something with his phone, like when he was having it, when he has certain days during the school year, he would go for extra school activities. He'd have his phone that day. Otherwise, phone stays with me and mom. And it was the same way with our oldest when he first started out. Now he pays for his phone because he's got a job and stuff like that. So he pays for his phone, he keeps his phone, whatever. But when it comes to things like Discord, for example, as we were talking, I was very adamant early on, like, it's there's a lot of people out there that are going to take advantage of you. And I kept trying to get him off of Discord. And every time I turned around, he's back on Discord. It's like, for no...
Discord is the new MySpace. Like, that's the easiest way I can put it. When MySpace first came out, Twitter didn't exist and Facebook didn't exist. It was the only thing that could connect you with other people outside of AOL Instant Messenger. That was the only thing. It was those two things. Discord, it has such a big presence and everyone uses it. That's how people text. That's how people do everything, is Discord.
And it also does help that it is free entry.
Yeah.
That is
free entry with like 0 restrictions on anything once you're in.
Now, when I grew up, I didn't dislike my parents, but my parents were poor as shit. Just, that's how it was. So I got my first phone when I was 13 because I was working when I was 12, right? So I was too young to probably have a phone, but since I earned it myself and I bought it, it was mine. And that can be double-edged. Like, okay, you worked for something, you earned it, but that doesn't mean that you have the sensibility to understand what you're spending your earned money on. Well, it's the same reason.
I'm one of those parents. You might have earned that, but as long as you're living under my roof, you will abide by my rules.
I think that's fair, absolutely, up until like 16 and 18, and then you start allowing them to have more freedoms.
Sure. But as long as you are under being an adult, you live under my roof, and to an extent, even after 18, I'm not going to have my parents did not allow me free reign when I turned 18.
Bandolier Mardno.
I was given a lot more freedom. Yes, as an adult, but you know that those freedoms were still within reason.
I grew up a lot differently than that. I could not come home for like 2 days and they'd be like, where were you? I went out camping and then I hung out with Joe. Yeah, but where were you for 2 days? I was out.
Oh, like, see, that would have not flown with my parents. My parents would have been like, then get the fuck out of my house.
Well,
if you don't, no, my dad was of the opinion, if you don't have the respect to at least call and or message me or your mother where you are, because, you know, I had a phone. I could text message my parents.
Oh, I'd say like early in the day. House.
I'll be home in the morning. We were having a good night, and I got tired and I crashed.
I'm gonna use that right now.
They'll see it in the morning. No big deal.
Oh, I'd say like the morning that I left. Hey, I'm gonna be gone, and they'd be like, okay. I would say, hey, don't expect me home. I just didn't say when I'd be back because I didn't know.
No.
Chilean
too. I never was that way. I always kept my parents, but I was also one of the kids that I didn't get into trouble per se. I didn't go out, and I still to this day have never done a single drug in my life, and I'm fine with that. I have zero interest. But
I was also the first person in my family to have a cell phone too, so they could actually contact me. That was another thing. They're like, "Oh, you have a cell phone now? Yeah, I bought it. How'd you buy it? You know, when I leave at 5 a.m. in the morning, I work before school. Like, that's what I do." They're like, "Oh, that's why you left so early? We thought you were like going to the gym or something." I was like, "Well, I work at a gymnasium, so I probably said that, but I was making money because I want lunch because school doesn't give you lunch here. You had to buy it."
Yeah.
So like, I had a little bit more lenience because I gave myself that leash that they could contact me if they needed me for something. So if I said, "Hey, I'm not going to be home. Don't make me dinner," and I wasn't home in the morning,
that was my mom's pet peeve. If I did not call and tell her by well, I'm throwing out an arbitrary time. I don't remember what the time was. If I didn't call her by 4 or 4:30 and say, "Hey, Mom, I'm eating out with my friends tonight. Don't make dinner for me," I was in the shit because my mom made dinner religiously every night for my entire family, all the way up until 22 when I joined the military. My mom had dinner
we need to get over
on the
and
table.
start prepping.
It was her pet peeve because her parents never ate as a family. Her dad would, get home from work and go into his room and he would eat dinner in there. Her mom was in the living room watching TV or doing whatever she was doing in there, watching TV, eating dinner. And my mom would literally come home, dinner's on the stove, and she would sit at the kitchen table by herself because her sister was off in, her 2 sisters were off
Bang,
in
crash, boom.
other places. And so she would just sit there at the dinner table and eat alone all the time. So her pet peeve was, I make dinner for my family every single night. And my mom did a religious job of doing it. It was crazy.
But that also has a thing of like,
Missed that.
if I am used to making food for say 4 people, that takes effort and resources to feed 4 people.
Sure. Uh-huh.
If I do that and you're not there, I'm like, well, you're disrespecting my time and my resources.
Exactly. And that's exactly what my parents told me. But they didn't care if I went out with my friends or if I was eating over at a buddy's house or whatever. All they cared about is that I called and informed them ahead of time.
In advance, yes.
Because in my family, there was 5 people. So we were that odd family that meals did not come prepared for a family of 5. So my mom had to decide whether she was going to make 4 helpings of something or 6 helpings of something or, a double family meal kind of thing where, you would make 8 and have a bunch of leftovers. And so if there was 5 of us eating there, she knew she needed to make more because there wasn't enough for, in like a lasagna or whatever. They're made for a family of 4 usually, or pick a meal. They're made for a family of 4 usually. A family of 5 is not going to have enough food in one of those meals or whatever.
You
so
dickhead.
She would make, enough for 6, if you will. But
what a muppet.
That was my mom's pet peeve. She
What's up, KW?
religiously made that a thing. And it's understandable.
Speaking of lasagna, did you hear about the dude? Like a guy was talking about his father. And like when you go to like parties or get-togethers, there's always like a food bar. And his father just didn't care about the people that were there, but he was invited, so he just ate the entire time to like stay busy.
No.
He ate essentially an entire lasagna to himself.
Jesus.
And
that's a lot of food.
That is a lot of fucking food.
What happened was later that day, he's like, I can't breathe well and I'm not feeling well. No shit, right? For the average person. So he goes into the doctor and the doctor's like, I'm sorry to say, but you have like telltale signs of, heart failure. You're of the right age. You have heart failure. Sorry to tell you. And then he went in like 2 days later to get like his next checkup. And they're like, your heart failure went away. What happened? And it was because he ate the lasagna that had so much salt and shit in it that his body was in overdrive trying to deal with it. So it gave all the telltale signs of heart failure.
I did not hear about that, but that's fucking nuts.
Which just shows you how overeating can impact you, especially when it's something like as dense and rich as like lasagna with all the cheese and sauce and
Oh, I love lasagna.
Mm-hmm.
Lasagna
Like
is
I
so
I
good.
personally can't eat over 8 ounces at any given time, or else I fall into a food coma. It's something that I've had since I was pretty young, actually. Like
Oh, I'll eat way more than that.
I will eat more, but I can't do it outside of like every 3 hours. Like I have to eat, then wait, then eat, then wait, and eat and wait.
Oh, fuck no. I'll put down a couple of quarter pounders and a large fry, and that'll be a, throw in a few 4-piece nuggets. That'll be a meal.
Yeah.
Damn. I've gotten to the point like I will eat a little bit, but I don't eat a lot at one serving because I've gotten to the point where I don't eat a lot. I just eat, like I made 2 sandwiches for lunch. One sandwich is filling me up, so I'm just gonna wait on the other one, and I'll wait 3 or 4 hours, and then I'll have the other sandwich.
Yeah, see, for me, when I'm doing sandwiches, depending on the type of sandwich, if I'm doing like, say, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I'll make 4 of them. Then add some chips.
I can't do that.
I try not to do it as much nowadays, but that used to be just, a Tuesday.
Oh, God.
My thing is, I can get away with eating a lot of something if I set it up appropriately. So like corn tortilla quesadillas. I can probably eat like 10 of those because they're tiny.
Wait, corn tortillas? What?
Yes, like the tiny little corn tortillas. You know, like taco tortillas, the tiny ones?
Yeah. I never tried to make a quesadilla out of those.
Well, you take one and you warm it up, and then you can flip it in half like a taco and just have cheese, and like you shred chicken and put some
it makes sense.
parsley.
I never thought to make a corn. I'm a
right.
tortilla, so I love.
I'm Spanish. Difference.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I understand that. That's just I love flour tortillas, so.
Well, the other thing about corn
Just
tortillas
about
is
for a short night.
they're less dense as well.
Oh, totally, yeah, 100%.
So I can have more of them. But they're also small. But the thing is that if you eat, like, especially when I was a kid, I think we're like all about the same age. You go out to get a burrito and it's like the size of your arm, and it was like $10 or less. But it was huge.
Mm-hmm.
And nowadays it might be half the size of your hand and cost you $20.
Well, that aside from the point, you would get a giant burrito and you'd eat a giant burrito. But if they broke that up into 4 tiny burritos, you'd probably eat like 2 of them and be like, I'll wait because I'm not in the middle of eating it. Like I can put those off to the side and eat those like on my next break at work or something, right?
Yep.
So when you're eating something small, you eat one and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna have another, and at a certain point you're like, I had enough. Compared to like if it was just giant quesadillas, you'd be like, I made 2 of them instead of 10, but it's the same amount of volume. I also learned that that's a great thing to do with pancakes.
I thought it will. Fuck me.
Making tiny pancakes is way better than making giant pancakes, which I used to do. I used to make like cakes.
And I don't have any wooden blocks on me. Fuck. Well, this might be a shit show.
What isn't working the way you thought it would?
The fire station.
Yeah.
Or close to it.
I'm very unprepared.
You were not prepared.
Mm-hmm.
You at least put them on fire first.
Well, that was the whole idea, is they would start, set themselves on fire, but I failed to bring blocks with me to, block this off, so that once they get up here, they can't get to me. It's the first horde night. I'm not expecting myself to survive. I didn't put really any effort into this one, so.
But yeah, Reyes, if you're interested in flour tortillas, you know the ones I'm talking about? They're like 4-inch tortillas. They're tiny. They usually come in a pack of like, well, for flour it'd be like 50, but for corn it's like 100.
Yep.
So like those short stack packs, get a short stack pack, and then get something like a small, or most places sell them, honestly. Get like one of those like go chickens at like Kroger's or whatever you have around you. You know, the
just about
already
22
hot and cooked ones that are pretty cheap typically.
Which one? Wait, what? Sorry?
At your grocery store, you can go to like the hot food section and they have like little chickens that are pre-rotisserie.
Oh, yeah, the rotisserie chicken, sure. Walmart has them too.
Yeah, I just didn't know what you had around you. You get one of those.
All I have a Walmart and a Brookshire's. That's it.
I don't even know what a Brookshire's is. There's so many different stores.
It's literally just for California version of Ralph's or
Safeway, okay.
Yeah, Safeway, grocery store, HEB, whatever. It's just the small town version of that.
So you get one of those rotisserie chickens, and you take a couple forks and beat the shit out of it and shred it. And you get your preferred cheese, whatever it may be. I usually do the the shredded cheeses that you can get, like the 4 cheese shred or 2 cheese shred.
My favorite cheese, yes.
You get that shred, and you shred the chicken up, and parsley, basil, whatever thing you like to put with it for seasoning, and you just put a little bit of that and then fold the tortilla in half like a taco, or you can make it bigger and do 2 tortillas, like put one down, put a little blop of it, and then put another tortilla and flip it. And those are super easy, super cheap, super tasty, quick, easy to clean up. They're a super easy meal. It's one of the ones I do the most. I make all my own food because I decided to do that when I was like 15 and whatever. So
that's actually really good idea.
But I learned that doing things quick and easy, and it just, like, why spend the time trying to make it a giant ordeal if you don't need to? But I have never heard anyone argue with any sort of meat quesadilla, be it like a shredded chicken or even like a slow cooked beef or pork, that like a pulled pork type tortilla. Like,
I loathe going to places and paying for like the half quesadilla, like $3 or $4 for a half quesadilla. It's so frustrating because you could literally make that quesadilla for $1.
Try like 20 cents.
If that. Well, and I mean, like, I'm talking a gourmet quesadilla with like cheese, like you were describing, and shredded chicken, and you could make it delicious. And
just fucking hanging out on the edge of the
price. 20 cents
of the price.
It's a super fraction. I got really into selling eggs, and I got to the point where I was butchering like 800 quail a year. You can butcher up to 1,000 birds, be it chickens, quail, or duck, before you need to worry about the FDA. It's their small like farmer or small butchery thing.
How many?
Up to 1,000. And birds include rabbits. Rabbits are birds when it comes to the FDA. Fun fact.
Oh. I did not know that.
But you can butcher up to 1,000 of them. So I did 800 and I kept records and stuff. And I'd also sell quail eggs because they're super popular here, because people mix them in with their orange juice raw, because quail eggs are quail themselves have an enzyme that eats, destroys, and kills salmonella. So quail eggs
unless they're rolled in shit, are salmonella safe.
Oh,
Oh fuck!
So that's
oh
that's
I
why
literally
you
didn't
can
know
have
that.
them raw.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's why you can have them raw. That's why people do it here. But you mix like 2 in orange juice to kind of get a thicker orange juice with a little bit more richness.
Yep.
Quail eggs also when
I was fucked on that one.
yeah, when they're raw are sweet. They have a sweetness to them. I don't know why. When you cook them, it goes away. Not really sure why.
Yep, that
But
was that was a whole mistake. I saw that one coming though.
yeah, you saw that from like 5 minutes away. You're like, well, this is gonna suck.
Oh yeah, I knew I was dead before the Horde Night started. I made it longer than I was expecting to, honestly. By getting up onto the roof here. I actually did survive quite a bit longer than I thought I was going to. And this place will work long term. Yeah, this place will work long term. I need to sort my equipment out. I need to sort because I'm still in some pretty shit equipment. And then I think one of the things I need to do, this serves as a decent, you know, oh shit, need to get back, but I need to break out a couple of these. I need to put something here to stop them from just being able to run straight up onto that platform. So I need to reinforce that.
Is there any sort of like snare ground you could put in that isn't like the spike walls?
Oh yeah, there's things I can do to snare enemies or slow them down. Having some wooden spikes at the bottom will help a lot. You know, if I put spikes down here, it will help a lot.
Well, I also know that spikes will eventually go away and they'll like not use them unless they're perfectly adequate, but also they work towards the whole like defense measure where they might try to find a different way around.
To a degree. This is going to be their easiest way up. No matter what, this will be their easiest way up. Because it's a guarantee to do it and just run straight up. I'll have a block at the top so that they can't get to me, but that one block means this is the easiest way for them to get up to me. Because this ladder out here, they can't jump onto it. It's too up in the air. So they won't know to jump onto it. Trying to climb the truck and stuff like that, there is no getting up that way. Ooh, nice. Hunter mod schematic. Nice. So this is their way up, and they're going to get set on fire every single time. I just need to block off the top, and then I could put a bunch of wooden spike tracks down here, no issue. They're going to run through those, die on the spikes, get lit on fire on their way up. So it's going to save me a lot of Molotov cocktails. Now, eventually, they will start beating the shit out of things and stuff like that, and this won't last. But to set every single enemy on fire and then have the top be up there will work out great. The other thing I can do is I can punch out that right there, the railing and the wall, and then I can put a punchy, you know, a robotic sledge up there eventually, and just knock them back off, make them run up, knock them back off, make them run up, and then you're creating a zombie treadmill.
Mm-hmm.
So, long term, that's probably what I'll end up doing. I just need to reinforce it so that there's a block at the top that they have to, that I can smack them through, and they can't hit me. That's a pretty easy thing to do as far as stopping them. And then the only way up is, or it's still going to be the easiest way up is this, instead of trying to break the walls.
I know I made a video of the rotisserie I made. I sent you a bunch of pictures, Reyes, of the quail, so you can see what they look like.
Oh, I love quail. They're so cute.
These are the Japanese quail. They don't have the little doodad on their face.
Less cute is what you're saying?
No, they're like a ball. Like, quite literally, they look like a ball. There it is. I found it. But I would hatch 100 eggs at a time, or I think it was 112 eggs at a time. You can see on the second picture.
Yep.
And the third picture is the army of them dressed. And then the video is how I set up a rotisserie for them. The crazy thing about quail, I could sell 4 of those for $20, Reyes. They're like
rotisserie versions? What?
No, just the dressed version, 4 to a pack. I could air seal it and freeze them or not, and depending on what they wanted, and sell a pack of 4 dressed birds for $20.
Wow. Not bad.
And that comes out to like a bird on average would weigh anywhere from 5 to 6 ounces.
I love that rotisserie with the electric drill.
Right?
That's epic.
Do you see the little zip tie with the stick to make it?
Yes, I do. Fantastic.
I did that and I was like, this is probably like, how many people would get a kick out of something like that?
That is
but you can
epic.
see how fat they are for a small bird.
Yeah.
They're chunky little guys.
All right.
But yeah, so
First
800
Horde
quail
Night was
a
a
year.
bust.
That was like $2,000 in birds per year. Just
not to mention the eggs that you were selling. We were probably getting and selling.
yeah, I would get so the amount of eggs that you saw in that incubator would be laid in roughly a week.
Wow.
And I could sell I did 18 eggs for $5, which was super cheap. People would try to do that for 10, but I did it for 5 because I was direct sales in my mind.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
the eggs would sell, and since we have such a huge Hispanic audience here, like people would learn that I have them, and like because I worked at a lumber yard, I would sell, you know, full house packages to contractors, but all their runners were usually like, you know, newer Hispanic dudes that are just getting into work, and they're like, oh, I need to go and get the 2x4s, I need to go get the fence posts and the everything, right? Mm-hmm. They'd come in and be like, oh, you have quail eggs? I'd be like, yeah, I got quail eggs. He's like, I'll take, like, how do you sell them? Like 18 for $5. And they're like, I want 4. Boom. $20.
I want yes amounts of all of them.
Oh, I did that with duck eggs. And so at work, my boss was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I have a hobby farm, you know that. And I'm working here 12 hours a day most days. So you figure out when I have time to use my hobby farm to actually make any money off of how much you need me to work, because no one else is here to do that. So
Gotta love those.
I'm using the refrigerator so that I can sell these eggs so that they don't go bad and I don't waste the effort I put into my hobby farm. Now, unless you don't want me to work 12 hours a day, you can figure out the difference. And he's like, okay, whatever. Just like, is it safe? Are we gonna get busted for? I was like, no, it's completely fine. I have my cottage license. Like, you get a cottage food license, which allows you to bake and sell baked goods from your house.
Yep.
So they do an inspection of your kitchen essentially, and they approve it. They're like, this is clean enough for you to do this.
Yeah,
And
they just want to know that you're following decent health practices and fucking, you know, not putting salmonella in everything.
And that cottage license also allows you to tack on a poultry license, a amateur poultry license, which is the up to 1,000 birds. So I was able to mix those things together.
Nice.
The only thing I had to not do legally was wine, because getting a liquor license is ungodly expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Then you need a liquor license for beer. Even if you're just making beer, you still need a liquor license in California, which is probably the same everywhere, I'd assume. But
Well, if you're making like IPAs and shit like that for yourself, you know, it's one
I'm
thing.
saying anything
But
marketable.
if you're gonna market it, yes, you absolutely need to have a
like,
liquor
if
license to sell it.
But a liquor license, what I don't like about it is probably the name. You make liquor at 30 to 40% plus. And if I was being really stringent, I can make my wine 21% at best. And beers usually never go above 8 to 9% typically.
Yeah.
That's like a high proof. So it's like, you think, well, if I'm just doing beers, like, could I get like something cheaper? Can I get like the light version of that, please?
Yeah. Honestly, they should just rename it to an alcohol license, not a liquor license. But...
Yeah, they could just do that, and you'd be like, okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
But yeah, like,
Excuse me.
because I did home
No
version
excuses for you.
wines, people, I can see why they probably want you to have a liquor license, because if you can talk yourself up a little bit. I did non-grape wines because I was like, well, you know, my property has like 20 plum trees, and we have some cherry trees, and we have like different types of plum trees, and we have apple trees and pear trees.
Scrap.
So I make wines out of those instead. I don't use grapes because, well, you don't need them, and I don't have them.
Yep.
Why
There's a lot of
is
stuff you
this-
can make wine out of that's not grapes. I, mean,
Oh,
I don't think
anything
most people
sugar.
realize that. Yeah.
Anything sugar alone, you can make it out of. But I think people prefer grape wines because they're used to the flavor and taste profiles. Typically, they're just like I don't know how many times they said, is it a red wine or a white wine? And I was like, well, I'd say any wine I have is closer to a dry white wine, even if it has the flavor of what you might consider a red wine. There's like no way to get the tannin astringency that you have in grapes towards anything else, unless I'm literally just spooning in tannins. Like, there's no way to do that. You know, like that dry mouth, like red wine taste that you get, there's no way to really replicate that unless you're like,
I hate wine, so I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't stand wine.
so certain, I know that you don't do drugs, but I'm sure you've drinking enough things to understand what I'm saying is
there's certain things that you drink, and some grape juices do this as well. But persimmons specifically, have you eaten persimmons before?
Mm-mm. Well,
Yeah.
maybe not that I know of off the top of my head.
Well, if you eat a persimmon
There.
and it's not
That's
ripe,
the pipe
it has
pecan.
a very heavy astringency where, you know, when like you eat something and like your mouth is like coated with like oil and you're like, oh, it feels like I'm sated as far as my thirst is concerned, right?
Yeah.
Think of the opposite of that. Where you put something in your mouth and instantly, it's not like cotton mouth where you feel like you're swollen. It's like cat tongue, like everywhere in your mouth. It's just like dry instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like all liquid has been stripped. That profile. Red wines give you that.
Seeds.
thanks.
Where the-
That can go into the other box.
That does not sound appeasing or appetizing or whatever.
It's not bad because you're usually doing that and then eating something like cheese afterwards, so it like fixes the issue.
Oh, okay.
Or like you like cheese and crackers with like little bits of salami. Like it's like you have a charcuterie board with wine a lot of the time. It's just like kind of goes hand in hand.
Okay.
So it fixes the issue, but like if you were to just be like
There,
drinking
a little
red
better.
wine without anything else, it feels like your mouth is dry the entire time. It's just how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've got a few things here. That in there, the agility mod I can probably put on when I get a chance. Okay.
I'm gonna share Darius the video that I sent you because that thing's funny. I always forget I do that. But
Sneak
people who haven't seen it,
effectiveness, medium armor, noise increase, max durability. We're gonna take that over the commando one, so let's modify that pocket mod out. Modify the pocket mod onto that one. The preacher boots and hat. Or the lumberjack, stamina regen, running. Oh, you gotta go in headgear for that. Never mind. Put that on. We'll scrap that. This can go there for now. What's going on there, Uncle Henry?
there it is again.
Okay. Let's make.
Almost anyone in construction gets a kick out of it.
Just throw that in there for now. That, let's see. Do collector. Track that. That. Craft one of those. Staying cool. How's the heat up north? It's not as bad today. For sure. You know, it's not as bad today as it was yesterday. Yesterday was miserable. It was 97 degrees with a 70% humidity. And we didn't get our air conditioners in this year yet. All of them, anyway. We've got a couple of them in, but not all of them. Today it's only 87, but the humidity's dropped off quite a bit. Down to only like 50% instead of 70. So that's a bonus. I'll throw that down. It's 6 a.m. And this
Okay,
way,
I'll be back again.
we'll go clear the area of this. We've got some armor that's weak. I'll leave that one there. I'll repair that. Since I do have the repair kits. Or a few repair kits anyway. Okay. Oh, way up over there. Copy that. Doesn't help. Sitting in a closet with a powerful heater running beside me. That's part of the reason why I wasn't on the PC much yesterday. I mean,
I
yes,
don't blame you one bit.
Yes, one of the air conditioners is in our bedroom, and I'm blowing that cool air in this direction. But even right now, I can feel my PC is overcoming the air conditioning. One, because it's not a very big air conditioner. Two, it's an old air conditioner. You know, it's probably, oh geez, the thing's probably fucking 10 years old now. At least 7 or 8 years old.
I don't know why, but 7 Days to Die is one of those games that I can just sit here and watch somebody play for hours.
Ow, you fucking dick. Knock it off, Tom. I'm gonna stab you in the face. Thanks for the loot drop. Asshole.
I just realized I've been sitting here paying more attention to your gameplay than I've been actually, like, playing my own game. I told myself I wanted to start my stream, and I just looked down at the time. 3 hours ago I said that, but I've been just enjoying watching 7 Days to Die for some fucking stupid reason.
Because you want to play 7 Days to Die too, so it's not a stupid reason.
Maybe? I don't know. I get more enjoyment out of watching 7 Days than actually playing it, to be honest.
See, I can enjoy watching people play it, but I much more enjoy playing it.
Sure.
These are good things to grab just in general, so I'm gonna grab all of these. And then I'm gonna go start the quest. Yeah, I mean that's one reason why I like it. It is one of those games I like watching people play as well because it gives me ideas like, oh, you know, all right, you're doing this for your horde base, you're doing this or that, or just getting different
Yeah,
perspectives on things.
I would agree with that, MacGyver. Sure, 100%.
No stupid bird. No stupid bird. Good. I don't like the fucking birds. There's an entrance there, and it confirms that I'm not the only one doing double looting.
Oh no, everybody does that. I don't know anybody that doesn't do that.
For sure. I mean,
Unless you're in a rush to do the quest for a specific reason, there's no reason not to.
It depends on the POI.
Yeah, okay, I can, yeah.
Sometimes for me, it's get the mission done for the trader. Other times, it's a really good way of getting extra loot, because I usually leave a 30-day respawn time on things. So 30 days in-game is going to be a long time before I get any of these POIs to respawn. It'll be a long time.
Sure.
Um,
Are you playing with extended days or anything?
Nope. Nope, just standard 60-hour day, 60-minute day. Yeah, days. 60 minutes. So, you know, I'm not doing anything special in that regard. I find, like, doing the extra long days, while it helps you between hordes for gathering, by the time you get to your second or third horde, you need to be, like, stupid prepared. Because the amount of extra time in between has caused you to level to a point where you're going to get much harder mobs.
Oh, you're not wrong. And I agree with you. When you're playing solo, you have to... You cannot play with the longer days. It makes it much more difficult in the long run.
So, I am running a 60-slot backpack, which is only 15 slots bigger than base game. I've got the UI mod, and I've got the health bars. So, I mean, I've got a...
The UI mod is kind of a requirement. I'm sorry, but I hate the UI in 7 days. It's one of my least favorite things in the game.
What's going on, Zodiac? So, I mean, I've got a couple mods, but nothing that drastically changes the gameplay in any way. Jeez, all this beer I'm getting, it's kind of making me want to go with a punchy build. Oh, hello. Thanks. Craft from containers.
Oh, craft from containers is kind of clutch too.
Yeah, craft from containers. That is a pretty clutch one. I just haven't grabbed it yet. I will likely add that one. I do have a stacking mod that adjusts some items, but not all. And not to, like, crazy amounts. I don't know what quick stack is, Zodiac. I'm unfamiliar with that one. Oh. Drops things into all containers. I mean, once I got my organization up, it's just a matter of going container to container and hitting the button to move everything from that container. Out of the doorway. You're blocking the fucking air. Yeah. I prefer to drop things into containers one at a time, because then I have a better idea of what I've got in my containers, instead of just going, oh, you know, I just put all this shit away, but I don't know what's in, you know, container X or container Y or whatever. At least this way I've got an idea. I can look, you know, all right, this is my metal chest, and this is my stone, and things like that. It lets me kind of keep an eye on it. Especially since, you know, if I go out on a run to go do a POI or something like that, between my base and the POI or whatever, I can say, okay, I need to focus on gathering polymers because I'm running low. I know that because I've looked at my polymer number when I went and put stuff away. Or, you know, I'm running low on chrysanthemum, so I'm going to focus on, when I see them, harvesting them, because I need them. I mean, realistically, if I'm playing solo, I probably only have 6 or 8, you know, maybe 8 boxes. So, to, you know, open each one real quick and put stuff away isn't really that big of a deal. One mod I know I need to go get is put that in there, I guess. Put that in there. That and that. The one that will shut off the frickin' crafting benches.
Oh, yeah.
That one is pretty clutch in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Craft from containers is nice, but the one where like your crafting benches will shut off. Oh,
Bless you.
sorry about that. Ooh, fuck. Just because it saves you so much wood and fuel in your benches. I don't know if it's available for 2.0 yet. It's one I want to grab when I'm done. Craft from containers, another one. Yes, brush your teeth right now. Do it again.
You missed a bunch. Go do it again. Make sure you do the little threshold thingy in between the brackets, because you got a ton right around all your brackets.
Oh, that's good to know. I haven't checked. I mean, I don't, unless I'm running an overhaul mod, I don't typically run much in the way of mods. I actually enjoy the vanilla you know, the actual vanilla mechanics. I feel they did a pretty good job. Yeah, I do know that coal is better for fuel than wood, eventually. Obviously, you need to get to that point first. I haven't gotten there yet, though. I mean, it's not hard to find them. But I haven't really... Yeah, well, yeah, you will get a bunch in the burnt forest, you're not wrong. But I do know it makes a lot of sense to transition to coal once you get to that point. It's far more efficient on your fuel. Take all the nitrate I can get right now, because I'm going to start needing to make farm plots soon. One thing that's really handy that people don't take advantage of, in my opinion, is you can walk into this place, pick up all those potted plants, and then just hit scrap, and you get a whole bunch of clay.
Oh, really?
Yep. Stack day 1, fired it out. Just shaking my head because he went after it. Oh, yeah. I did find some coal at one point, but I'm like, I'm not going to need that just yet. So yeah, like, pick up all these potted plants. And those...
Can't you just see the nodes on the map, but, like, they're different colors?
Yeah. But then you're going and trying to mine coal with a stone pick.
Oh, yeah, true.
Stone hatchet. So, like, I don't do a ton of mining until I start getting, like, an actual pickaxe.
Sure.
But what they're saying is I did, yesterday, at one point, looted, like, I don't know, 30-something coal. And because I was tight on space at the time, I threw it on the ground. So I'm like, I'm not going to need that just yet. And then I ended up... Then I ended up making a campfire and needed to put wood in it.
Yeah.
You know, whereas had I had a little more forethought, because I never remembered putting coal in a campfire and stuff like that as fuel, I always think, oh, well, you don't really need coal until you start trying to make gunpowder and shit like that. So, it's like, I'm not going to need this yet.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. One thing I saw, too, that I haven't really looked at that is new, is these mastery skills, which you need a lot of agility and stuff in for, but if you look, like this one here, leg hits have a chance to cripple enemies, handguns reload faster, handguns now cause bleeds, deflect the first zombie or animal attack with ease once every 60 seconds, fully drawn bow shots bypass enemy armor. Ooh! That's fucking nice.
What was it?
Fully drawn bow shots bypass enemy armor, dealing full damage plus an extra 25%.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, the masteries. They added them to each tree now. A fortitude mastery.
Cool.
Killing an enemy will instantly stop a bleeding injury without using a bandage. After recovering from an infection, you're immune to further for 2 real-world hours.
Wow.
Fist weapons have a 10% chance to gain silver or gold
2
teeth
days in game.
Fist weapons have a 10% chance to gain silver or gold teeth filings from zombie kills.
Nice.
That's awesome. It's called the Dentist.
I approve.
Nothing can shake your will to survive. Permanently add 50 max health. An additional 50 max health. So those two there will get you 100 extra health.
Wow.
All critical injuries heal 100% faster when holding a mining tool. 5% chance to gain scrap brass when harvesting ore. Mining tools deal more damage to zombies when used in combat. Headshots with clubs or sledgehammers have an additional chance to dismember. Kills with strength-based weapons grant 25% damage resistance for 5 seconds. Harvest...
Oh, wow. That's clutch, too. Wow.
Yeah, harvest dukes and cash from cushioned seating, beds, shopping baskets, shopping carts, car seats, suitcases, and clothing piles. Harvest steel from cars, gun safes, and shopping carts. Nice. Spear and rifle primary attacks cause bleed damage. Sprinting power attacks with spears do 25% more damage. Rifle shots do 50% more damage. That, coupled with the penetrator perk, damn.
Here's my worry, though. What did they add to the game that makes those mastery skills necessary?
Yeah. Allies and party members regenerate lost health 50% faster. Gain 20% more block and melee damage. Allies and party members, 10% less damage from all sources. Take half damage from bleeding and stop bleeding twice as fast. That's nice. I mean, this is only for a multiplayer type of deal, but 10% better loot for ally and party members. 20% better loot and gain +1 to all attributes. That's nice. New zombies is there and much stronger. Makes sense. But they moved, like, the armors, Master Chef, living off the land, lockpicking, lucky looter. They moved it into its own category now. Just general perks.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's pretty clutch, honestly. I like it. I mean, the Fun Pimps have done a very good job in adding stuff to this game with every update. Some of them take a little while, but honestly, I think they've done a pretty good job overall with just the general feel of the game. A lot of people had pushback at first on the whole books for crafting, but honestly, I kind of like that system.
Because people don't like change.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, whatever. But honestly, I kind of like that system better because you don't just, you know, all right, I've gotten a few points into this thing, and let me make a top tier weapon. It takes longer to get there.
Hey, beautiful.
I'm gonna start with beans.
What?
I'm gonna start with beans. I may have found my spirit animal from an infomercial.
2 shots of vodka.
That's a lot of vodka. Holy shit, that's not good god. Oh my god. That was like 6.
No topper.
Or 7.
No topper with like the little plastic piece removed, so it's just straight ball, just glug 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 glug.
2 shots of vodka. 6 seconds later. Whoa.
Well, I mean, if you're
You
calling
don't have those pesky arguments with your family at Thanksgiving anymore.
if you're calling
Yeah, you
3
can
fingers a
completely
shot,
If you're making beans, will you put this in a baggie and in the fridge so I can have it later?
Like
you know,
an hour.
if you're
I
calling
know, but I already
3
have
fingers
one
a
and I don't
shot,
need any more.
Prove me wrong.
I didn't know if you were going to be
Take your
feeling up to
reward
it today.
Get the hell out of here.
Molotovs,
so-
handguns. Let's grab the Molotovs. Those will come in handy come Horde night. Those will come in very handy come Horde night. Let's grab those. Bicycle, of course. Duh. Give me the free fucking bicycle.
I just
I don't like
Trade
it.
routes.
All of them.
Regret this.
Shake what's left in the bottle out.
You break any of my shit, you're paying double.
All right. Let's see. What do we got in
That is
here?
kind of me.
Gatherer. Let's buy another one of those for our second thing. Does he have any? He does have some bow and crossbow parts. Let's buy that.
Yeah.
I believe they also
Move.
gave a little bit more to the extra skill point chance.
What?
Oh, and when reading books.
Oh. That's kind of nice.
Sneak effectiveness. I think I'm wearing the assassin one though, so we're gonna stick with the assassin. Carrying capacity. They added full set bonuses now too. To give a little more two things, which I'm good for.
Sure.
Bandolier, forge ahead, armored up. Nope.
All that gawking at goods, and that's all you buy?
Make sure to check the biome tabs of the challenges window.
Oh, the cutting board. I just made my sandwiches on it. That's all. It's
Craft
good.
the burnt smoothie.
I do need to get the knife for you.
Harvest nitrate powder in the burnt forest. Zombies in the burnt forest. Loot containers in there. Spend 15 minutes in there. Harvest mushrooms in the burnt forest. Okay. And the burnt smoothie. Water, mushrooms. Interesting. Temporarily reduces biome hazard effects and grants faster movement in the burnt butt. That's kind of cool. Level 14, 1 point to spend. From the shadows. Definitely grab that. Alright, back to the base. Before I go too far, though.
Okay. Mom, don't have thumbs. I can't do this on my own.
Got me a bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle.
Bicycle, bicycle.
I had stuff I wanted to sell this idiot. I think they changed some of the vehicle models again, too. 5 smoothies. Complete the badge without any damage from the environment.
How's my... You want something? All right, now that we're done doing business, get out of my store.
Also, I need the chair right now.
Oh yeah, it's in the bedroom, huh?
So I'm guessing from the fact that you know a little bit about this, once I get the biome badge, do I stop taking hazard damage from the biome MacGyver, or do you still continue to be at risk of it? Okay, so up until you get the badge completed, you're going to take damage from the biome. I'm okay with that. Honestly.
But doesn't that negate the whole need for like the warm clothing and stuff?
No. You'll still suffer cold and stuff like that, but the biome itself has extra hazard damage.
Oh.
So, like, before, you could just run willy-nilly into the burnt biome and go have
like
fun.
we did.
Like we
Yeah.
could. Now, if you go in there without the badge, you will take damage until you've completed the badge.
That's fine. I'm okay with that because it kind of broke the progression of the game the way we did it. Like we went straight to the burnt biome and then went straight to the wasteland. We kind of completely skipped the snow biome and the other one. I can't remember. All right, doggos, I'll get your water. What offer do you want?
Okay. So, in order to make that, I need coal. Excuse me. It was what?
Okay. A little bit.
Coal, mushrooms. I've got some coal. Some of that. Thought I had mushrooms around here somewhere. I sworn I had a few mushrooms. I got the mushroom seeds. The mushrooms are growing on the wall. But I thought I'd had some mushrooms. Guess not. Well, first time you went in, you got a storm, got attacked by zombos, and died a horrible dead because getting too late in the safety of the forest. Oh, nice. Free repair kits, fuck yeah. Oh, we won't go really far into the burnt biome. Stupid utility worker.
I didn't realize it was gonna be me having to rush through my ass to get him friggin' to his appointment this afternoon.
I forgot all about his appointment till just now.
I'm reminded you this fucking morning!
That was hours and hours ago, woman. I don't remember shit that long. Okay. Getting to be almost nighttime. Bong. Hi, Joe. Alright, any loot container, we get a few more of those we gotta do. We gotta survive quite a bit longer in there. Mushroom seed. I can take that. Alright, we get 2.5 minutes in here at any given time. Before we have to get out. Good, buddy. First time you went, you gotta start, the mushrooms. Yeah. It's kind of what I'm on the lookout for right now is mushrooms, because I know I need to harvest. Five of them?
go running through my ass.
Don't be running through your ass too much, because I like that thing.
It's your friggin' fault!
What the fuck was that? Time to go for a few minutes. What we got in here? Nice. Another one of those. I'll take that.
Get out!
Out of the kitchen!
Out! The
I need to
kitchen!
make one burnt smoothie for that at least.
Do not go in the kitchen.
I need 3 more burnt zombies in the burnt forest. And then we just need time. Time isn't the big deal. The nitrate powder, that's going to be a bit of a
What
pain
are
in
you
the ass.
hiding from? Oh. It's like, I don't like that sound. Opie, you're not laying there. Move. You're not laying on my feet.
Yeah, I am. Don't you see me?
Nope. Not anymore.
Yeah. Still got a stone axe, so harvesting nitrate's gonna be a pain in the ass. But that's just the way it goes. Yeah, I think I chugged down one too many cigarettes. Puffed them down too fast.
Go away, demon! No. That's it! That's it!
It's just the neighbor in their yard. Chill out. They're allowed to be there.
Get it, sir!
Well, this works out. There's a nitrate spot right on the edge of the burnt biome.
Are you using an axe to get nitrate?
I don't have a pickaxe yet. That's in the iron tier.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oh, shit.
I was
Now
about
that
to
comment
say you're
makes
an
so
idiot,
much
but
more
now
sense.
Oh, shit.
That comment makes so much more sense now.
Time to get on my bike and pedal my fucking ass. Fucking
Opie,
random
go.
small horde generated on top of me from fucking
Nosferatu
mining.
testers.
Like 5 mobs just spawned on top of me from mining a couple of spots.
Yeah, time to go.
Yeah, considering it's nighttime right now, time to fucking go! There, make sure I have enough of those for... That's not gonna have... It's not gonna have counted. That wasn't in the burnt biome. I mean, at the very least, this counts towards my 15 minutes I need to survive in the burnt biome. I'm right next to the edge of the zone, so I can literally just duck out as soon as I need to. Which is good. Yeah, probably part of the fact that, you know, that I'm not doing a random gen. I'm on the Navezgane map, so things are a little more handcrafted.
That map is almost all handcrafted, as far as I understand.
Well, yeah, it is. It's handcrafted by the Fun Pimps for their, you know, as their prefab map.
Mm-hmm. Which I like the fact that they have that prefab map if you want to play it. Otherwise, you can do the, you know, random generated, and it's nice to have both options for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the first time going on the prefab map, if you have a question, you can actually get it answered, because once you're off of it, it's like, you gotta find Sammy D's house to try to find this, and you're like, I don't...
What? Where?
Hey!
Now, I really do enjoy random gen maps. But for this particular time, I decided, screw it. I'd go with the actual Navezgane map. Just because I've never played on it. And I know there are some POIs specific to this map.
Oh, is there? Like things that won't be on any other map?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are some POIs that the Fun Pimps have made that are specific to the Navezgane map. You won't see them on a random gen map. Things like these signs here and stuff like that. While that's not a POI, you won't see that on a random gen map. There's some tunnel things and stuff like that that are in this map in certain areas that, or at least there were. I don't know how much has changed.
Right on my toe.
You won't
with
see
his little toes
outside of
laying
this
in
map.
between my toes.
Okay, so do we have any other? I've got a couple of mushroom seeds. We will put those back on the wall. How long do those actually boost your...
Boost what?
7 minutes? Probably get away with 1. Yeah, 1 will get me to the time. I just need to kill 3 burnt inside of the burnt biome. I can skirt the edge for that. I'll have completed that. And then that will tick over. No problem. I can't make mushroom seeds yet. It's fine.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
That does sound terrible. Love that you can just stick them to the walls like that.
The mushrooms, yeah, that's fantastic.
Mushroom.
Mushroom. Now Jackson's singing it too.
Nice.
Oh, that's Ender.
Alright, food. Okay. Nope. Headset needs to be charged. Or I need to swap out my battery, I should say. One second. I love that. Alright, I'll be back in just 1 second. I gotta get up, go use the little boy's room. Meant to do it during the last ad break, but I forgot. Alright. I'm back. 1001. 1002. Oh, Jesus! Fuck! Where the fuck did you come from, asshole?
It always cracks me up,
Fuck you, dog!
like, how elaborate a bunch of the stuff is in, like, the Home Alone movies. And how
Fuck
quickly
you,
that movie
asshole
would have been
dog.
over if that would have happened in my home.
Fucking A!
I remember being, after Dad taught me how to shoot the shotgun, I mean, I was like 8. Taught me exactly which closet to sit in, how to position myself,
damn.
so that I didn't even have to put the stock of the 12 gauge against my shoulder. I could use the back of the closet where he knew there was a beam. And
That scared the shit out of me.
when a police officer opens the door, well, it's a turkey gun, so he taught me how to load it. So it had 5 shots in it, but he taught me to always rack one in and then add the other. And yeah, 6 shots.
Definitely jumped the shit out of me. Okay.
Paw fixes a problem. It stays solved.
Oh, it's Kevin.
7-minute buff. I just need to find 3 burnt zombies on my way to Jen's. Hopefully.
Goddamn. And of course, this one, they added the In the Hall of the Mountain King playing in the background. And it's literally just a montage of all the black and white parts from the infomercials where people are obviously trying to make it look far more difficult than it ever should be. Because all of these people look like they're so dumb that how do they remember?
Yep, I'm fucking dead. Fucking feral burnt zombie. I should have fucking stayed back a little bit more from that. So much for my buff. Fuck.
Dun, 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 dun,
GG's.
dun, dun. How did you not see that with that fucking one?
Oh, the buff persisted. Okay. Take that then.
Well, yeah, because you're not supposed to screw the top of the hose on while the hose is on.
Oh my god. It's starting.
Yeah, and she's being a turd without her headphones on, too.
Small infant.
Yes, she is being a turd without her headphones on.
Especially since, you know, dreaming! Farah! Bad Farah!
Farah.
There are more POIs here in the burnt biome than I thought. Interesting. Oh, it must have been Zelray left. Farah.
He came in.
Like a wrecking ball.
Yep.
I love the woman
Light
that's
rifle
covering herself in a
quality
towel, but
6.
she's got a bra on.
Yeah. When you got the bra on, you no longer need the towel. Because if you are still so damp you need a towel, you don't put the bra on. Do you want mold in your padded bra? Because that's how you get mold on your titties.
Well, mold doesn't form that quickly, and one should be washing their bras occasionally.
Well, yeah. But if you get them on damp, because they will stay damp, the mold will start forming faster and faster if you're not doing like a sanitizing wash. And not everyone does that to bras because it wears them out faster.
I always thought standing in the sun fixed that pretty darn quick.
No, because like
No,
yesterday,
yeah,
yesterday it was 97 with a 70% humidity where I live, so I could have climbed out of the shower and not fucking dried off.
Yeah, pretty much.
And humidities is a thing.
Humidities is definitely a fucking thing.
Like fucking
Yeah,
swamp
over
balls.
here it's probably like 30-40% at worst in the summer, so I can go stand outside with any clothing and it will dry off unless it's like leather.
Nope, not here.
Nope.
Well, okay.
But the clothes I was wearing yesterday got considerably more damp throughout the day.
April, May, and June in Texas, it's humid as fuck. Then, at the end of June and July and August, if you're in Central to West
This
Texas,
should
it turns
be the
into
last
a
burnt
dry
zombie
desert.
I need to kill.
Like, it's just dry.
But then if you live
If
near
you're in
Kansas City,
East Texas or South Texas, it's still humid as fuck all summer
it
long.
never stops being humid. Hell, it's humid in the winter.
But it's a dry heat.
Suck it.
In western, central, northern Texas,
At certain points of the year, yeah, it is.
fucking dry as shit.
It'll literally dehydrate your lawn very quickly.
Yep.
I grew up in dry heat, so like there's a big difference too. Like
Yeah.
I bet
Oh yeah, there is.
typically what would you say, like 20-degree feeling difference?
Oh,
Because I
easily.
know I've been in like 115 to 120 degree dryer heat and been like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's hot, but whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it
yeah.
sucks, but like you can get in the shade, and with the tiniest amount of breeze, you're like, okay, this is fine. Because I grew up in the Mojave Desert, where during Hell Week of football, we measured, and my sophomore year, it never got below 117 while it was practice time.
You.
Yeah.
Fuck all of that noise.
Yes.
But it feels
Well,
like it's
that
probably
won't
like
take long.
105 most of the time.
Maybe.
Take
Well,
that.
Where
maybe
we
not
were,
like
we had a
100,
big-
but
we had a big wind, like a big wind problem. So at least the winds would kick
Hey,
in
we got our biome back.
halfway through the day, and it was like, meh. I mean, it sucks, but could be worse.
because I remember when I was in Reading,
Oh yeah.
the clays would turn into brick during the summer. Like
Oh, you betcha.
if you tripped and fell on your knee,
It was like
it
hitting
would rip through
asphalt.
your jeans. Yeah, it'd be like, and it's dirt. You're just like, oh,
There. Stay out,
Okay.
fuckers.
Which is why they get all those flash floods, because once it dries out to that extent, it rains. It takes like a while before they become wet enough to even start absorbing, like,
Yeah, the ground
Any
becomes
kind of water.
hydrophobic.
yeah.
hydrophobic dirt is the funniest thing when it's not rocky. When it's like you can like it's like dust and you try to pour water on it and it just goes straight through it. You're like, but I wanted to plant a seed. You're like, yeah, that's not gonna happen for like a week. Just
Yep.
put that dirt in
Which,
a bucket.
which is one of the things that farmers will complain about at times. It'll get so dry, they're like, we don't need a heavy rain right now. We need a long soaking rain.
Yeah.
Where it rains
Yeah.
lightly, but for a long period of time to just soak into the ground and
Yeah.
add moisture back to things.
Sprinkle.
Yeah.
Like, not enough to require an umbrella, but just an all-day kind of.
Yeah, like a heavy mist.
Yeah, exactly. A heavy mist for like a solid day. All right, that
Good
done.
morning, Survivor.
Oh, a little tired, are you, Jen? Let me help you out with that. Okay. Fool's Digest, we got a ranger hat. We got us a actual handgun now. Hell yeah.
Dive into my inventory.
Turned up in like Reading. It kind of reminds me of
Oh, my favorite trader.
that clay in Oklahoma.
Yep.
Like, it's fine when it stays moist because you planted
I
stuff
like
in
me
it
some
and
Jen.
tilled. But everywhere else,
Farah, did you take the vape with you?
Of course she did. Stealth sprint noise. Kind of liking the assassin outfit. Not gonna lie. Definitely not gonna lie, I'm liking the assassin outfit. May stick with the assassin outfit long term? I don't know. I get $100 for selling that.
Remember me
or
if you need medical supplies.
it's only an extra 50 XP.
Top tier
In
treatments
the
ready.
future, we will hold on to them and sell them.
Thanks for letting me take care of you. And be sure to tell your friends.
Oh, you can take care of me anytime, Jen. Let me the bookshelf. All right, so decisions. Finding a home nearby Jen and sticking near Jen would probably be better than going back to the forest. Cockshot. There we go. You're dead. The real question becomes, if I want to stick around here, I've got a few POIs over here. That are nearby. My pig, get the fuck away from it. It's my fucking pig. I'll thank you to stay the fuck away.
My running bacon.
That's right, it's my fucking bacon.
What is it? Is it bacon?
But I added as I was cooking it, I put maple syrup and some brown sugar on it to kind of caramelize it. And now I've got the wagyu and the ground pork.
I made a mistake.
You were doing the onions in between.
I was, but then there wasn't enough grease. So the pork show. That's what makes my beans so good, is this right here. Caramelized bacon. In the only reasonable way to measure bacon, packs or pounds.
Well,
No,
it's because I'm talented, MacGyver. That's how.
Real quick, Bobby.
I have a pretty unique talent to get things stuck in the oddest of places.
He got Cheetos.
Kind of like I have the rare talent of always catching myself on fire, even when you shouldn't be able to. I still do somehow.
That's right, talented.
Yep. That one. That is the one that infuriates this one right here. The stupid the lady at the ponytail. That.
Don't like that location. What's over here? What? Oh, snakes. Stinky snakes.
Let me just throw all of the things on top of the car. It ends with the help, I've fallen and I can't get up, lady.
No, with you ferrets, help it's again.
Yes, always.
Exactly. We know this. Okay.
I have yet to see this one. It's literally a typical
Ooh,
day
excuse
in the
me.
life of a first world citizen, the infomercial montage. And it starts like from like the black and white parts of like the pillow and bed and blanket infomercials, and I'm gonna guess it goes to some sort of like breakfast thing next. Like,
Alright, so it looks like the closest location to Jen's where I'm going to find shelter is going to be over here. This little sleepy town thing. Other than a couple of random small POIs that I don't quite like the look of.
okay.
Because that ain't gonna really do me any good. The other place had no roof on it. So what do we have here in this little town? I say little town because there's only like frickin' 6 POIs here. Howell residents, you don't have a fucking roof. Hey, level 3 stone axe instead of the level 2 one. Nice. Shut up, Mo. Ow, dickhead. That's what you fucking get. There we go.
Okay, I'm not gonna be out of here for a while. I'll catch you guys later.
Later, Zelt.
Have a good night.
I've used one of those before in the past as a horde base. So that's a possibility. Heck yeah. Using O'Malley Oats as a horde base. What can I do nearby? Or maybe even that brick building. A horde base of sorts. You're an asshole. So we have this two-story house. The Byington residence. Look overly sturdy. But it's got a second floor. We can block it off, much as I did with the other one. So it's a possibility to actually get 3 floors. That one's got no roof. Creamery. Neves Gang Creamery.
I just imagine that these kitchens on the infomercial, like that one back wall that always has like the cabinet with all the stuff that falls out, that all of those cabinets don't actually have a back to them, and there's just some paid, like barely paid intern waiting to just all everything.
That's exactly what it is. It's a fake wall.
Seedy Manor. That's going to be a tougher fight.
Also, you know, if you actually...
Rendon residence.
You know, if you actually waited to flip the pancake until it was ready to be flipped, you wouldn't have
that problem. Yeah. Or if you didn't sear the pancake
until you had burnt
on extra high.
Rendon residence doesn't look half bad. Pacioti.
Because I don't know about you, but I always carry my vacuum and a full mop bucket at the same time with the cord wrapped around me so I can trip.
And strangle yourself, yeah.
Alright. Much better.
Or, you know, like the dude. Because, you know, when I'm trying to save a measurement that I need to write down, I totally just hold the tape measure with my fingers where it was, instead of using the fucking mechanism it is built in to hold it there. Because why would you do that? Obviously.
Storm warning, stay indoors. Well, I guess we're gonna go through this place now. Because they don't want me outside anymore, chat.
Or like...
Rogue
Every
boots.
military member knows exactly how to prevent this exact situation.
Lumberjack boots, the ranger
You don't
hat. Ooh, bartering.
Yeah, you need
Ranger
a
hat, that's nice.
What do you call this?
Okay, sir.
What's that? I am safe from the storm. Good to know. Scrap that. Yeah, I guess. Under basket. Ooh, nice. Garment bag. Minor gloves. Fuck yeah. I'll find some steroids. Ooh, level 1 hunting knife. 25 2, you're 35. I love the screen effects. Seeing this, Reyes? Oh, well, I mean, if you want to, yes, I will take the level 2 knife over the level 1 knife. I mean, if you want to be so generous. I will not complain. And a cat food. Eat that real quick. Yummy! Wet cat food. Blech. Right up the asshole. Hi, Marlene. Come on. There we go. So I can see it for just a second to pick that up. Poor Joe lost his head. Southern Health Institute of Texas. Okay. Okay, that's a fucking wandering horde. Reyes and Farrah got quiet. He must have muted himself. Okay, so all in all, this place looks... Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Books in front of there. Gotcha. Potted plant. Potted plant. Scrap those. Well, that's unfortunate. The hell? Where the fuck did you come from, you goddamn bird?
Knock knock.
Yeah, 1 second.
Housekeeping.
Mando helmet, pumpkin seeds. I'll hold on to it for now, I guess. I'll get rid of them though. Seeds. What can I get rid of? What can I get rid of?
Pinky golf. Welcome in.
Grab those. Suffered an abrasion, a fucking concussion, all that shit. Oh, hey, Fatso. Puke on the back of her head, why don't you?
Those barbecue nuts aren't too spicy for fish.
Breaking the fucking house. Oh, nice. Actually, they kind of did me a favor. If I break these out, right here, they then can't get up. And this place would make a decent little home, I think. It is a possibility. I don't have space to easily access, easily put up, like, water purify, dew collectors. So that's going to be an issue. There's just potentially, that place there could potentially be decent, putting some dew collectors on the roof. Ooh, excuse me. I think what I want to do.
All right, let's do this thing.
This place is okay, but I do want to look at that house more closely. But we're chucker block at the moment. So I think I'm gonna quick waypoint that. We're gonna head back to our house.
Gatorade. H2O.
Thank you, MacGyver, for the hydrate the stretch. Yeah. I think what we're gonna do. Bye. Oh, I don't have the right tool. Oh, you went back to using pretzel rocks?
This is including some of the ones from the 80s, and it's set to the telephone like the version of Jitterbug that you would hear on like a old phone, like the tones. Do, 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 do.
When did you go back to using pretzel rocks?
I just was tired of the in-game music for Captain of Industry, so I needed something different. And it is the only free, royalty-free music I can find on a quick, fast in a hurry moment. I like Pretzel, it's just expensive because they want an arm and a leg for the music that they provide, and
bigger issues, YouTube.
it has a YouTube safe mode.
Oh, I know it does, but there's not a lot available.
No, there's not. No, there's not. You're right. I also have the tracks set up in OBS so that the music doesn't go through to YouTube.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
Why?
I've done the same thing, tried to set it up so that the tracks won't go through to YouTube from OBS. It still does. And YouTube will live scan, not VOD scan.
Yeah, well.
That's one frustrating.
It's not like I make any money off of YouTube anyways, so
no,
I literally make nothing.
The problem is YouTube will shut down your VOD. They will shut down your stream if they detect the music.
They've never done that before.
They will if they consider it copyrighted music.
They do the same thing Twitch does. They just mute it.
No, they will shut it down. I've had it happen. It's one of the reasons why I don't use Spotify myself anymore, because I used to use YouTube safe Spotify music from Helen Keller, or whatever his name is there. And every now and then YouTube would get a hair across its ass, and I would get a warning on my YouTube studio saying that it's copyrighted music. And if I don't change the music, they're going to shut down the stream. So we need 16 minutes and change. Not necessarily saying it's going to happen to you, but I've had it happen. Where it's given me issue in the past.
Hey, Catherine, can you go get that can opener? You're the jump. Can you go get can opener off the can right now?
Alright, water. Other. That'll be plenty. Okay, grab that. Well, I should take that with me. That. Okay. Probably not a good idea to go trying to do this as it's getting nightfall. So it may be a better option to just do some harvesting and crafting maybe. Then at daybreak go down and check out that other location. Yeah, we do have 2 points available to use. Let's see.
Well, I just checked. There's no music going through to the stream on YouTube, so. It's still working as intended.
This one here.
However,
harvesting
your
tools.
stream keeps doing the reload player thing.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's being weird, but I'm not dropping any frames or anything like that. It's showing that I'm still streaming just
Maybe
fine.
it's on my end then.
No, because my Twitch thing keeps showing the same fucking shit. Network error, please try again. Alright, so we're a ways yet from iron tools where I can get an iron pickaxe. Better barter. Better deals. Daring adventurer. Daring adventurer is definitely worth getting.
Come on.
Fortitude. Huntsman. That's really handy to have. Food and water loss.
I mean, good looking out for me. You know, I appreciate it. I hadn't even thought to check that the music wasn't going through, but yeah, I just did.
Yeah.
I hear you and I hear me, but I don't hear music, so that's fine with me.
Because I've tried
Rather
to do
be
the same
safe than
thing.
sorry.
Like on Twitch, I know it's easy enough to set it up so that your VODs don't get the music because it's on a different track. YouTube, on the other hand, I've had difficulty, at least on my end, setting it up so it won't hear the music. Thus, making life more difficult because, sure, the music carries through.
And that's one of the captions on the YouTube thing is there's no music, there's no sound effects, none of that stuff goes through to YouTube. It's just the VOD, straight up as it is. So
maybe they've added some stuff to it since the last time I
know I set it up ages ago, so I mean, okay, for some reason that's not working and I don't know why.
Why is my Twitch constantly fucking spazzing out right now?
I thought there was a way to refresh the browser source.
Well, yeah, you've got to interact with it and tell it to refresh.
I did.
But for some reason, like, I'm even trying right now to do... like, refresh my stream myself. And it's not refreshing the stream.
There used to just be a refresh option, like where it says rename, remove. There was like a refresh option that you could do, and it would just refresh the whole thing, and then you could interact and do whatever you needed to. But that's no longer there. Oh, here it is. It's on the... Oh. The only downside to Pretzel is, and I didn't think about this, is the free version of Pretzel. The requirement is to post the thing in the stream, and I'm not sure I'm okay with that.
Yeah, the chat spam.
Yeah. It's quite annoying.
Why the fuck is my stream acting up right now? My YouTube isn't, but I can't see what's going on with my Twitch. I can't refresh my mod view. I can't refresh my Twitch dashboard. And it's now saying I only have 3 fucking viewers. Oh, that tells me it's just time to wrap up the fucking stream, apparently. I don't know if it started, when it started happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, clearly it is time to wrap things up. So I'm just going to send what's left of people over to you. And, yeah. I'll be back tomorrow, probably. Take care, everybody.